Hi there. In this session, we are gonna to run our first project in Java. So first of all, we required a project. We don't have any project yet, or we don't create any project yet. So we just have to create a new project. Just click on new project here, and the new pop-up will appear. You can select the name of this. So I am selecting name as Java Master Class. Okay. So let's click on create. So now you can see it will take a little time to complete build in our new project. So okay, I drag the down here because I want some bit code editing space. So okay, so in the left session, what we have? So in the left session, we will see how many files we have, and basically for now we only have a single .java file, right, which is name as main.java. And suppose if you close by mistakenly, you can double click on main.java main here, and it will open the file for you on the right session. So in the right session we are gonna to port, and in the left session we are gonna to manage our files, right? So we just have to remove everything for now because we are learning from scratch. So just write public class main, and not parenthesis, this is the curly braces. Okay, so this is the right one. So public static void main. Okay, so this is the basic syntax for Java. You must have to remember it for now. I will definitely explain you later what is main and what is main and what is this main here. So for now I am telling you little bit about it. So the main is the class, or you can say if we have to run something, we need two things here. First, the code, the main code is written inside the some class, right? It doesn't matter what is the name of the class, right? You can write it here exercise or your name also, but for now because the file name is main.java, I am writing main here. You must have to write the same as file name. If you write in exercise.java, you must have to write exercise here. Okay, so what is main? So main is the method which is used to run the program. So if we don't have any main, we cannot run our program. This is the basics for now to understand what and why I am writing this code. So we just have to write here system dot out dot println. So in this we have to write hello world. So why we are writing this? So suppose if you want to print something on console, or we can say if you have to print something on screen, you must have to write system.out.print. This is the syntax to print something on the console. So how we can run and how we can print it on the console for now? So there is a bunch of methods here. You can click on here, you can click here play button also, and you can right click on this code and you can click here also, run main method, right? So I am using this for now. So okay, so it building. Okay, so now you can see it will take little time to build. So now you can see our new screen will pop up on the bottom, and you can see hello world here. And one more thing, if you noticed, the new folder is coming out right on the left side. So I just minimize it for now this session, and I'm gonna to check out what is here. So if I double tap on this, you can see this is main.class file, right? So what is this meaning? So I just close and explain you what is this thing. The thing is, when we are run our Java code, it will directly not able to contact with machine, or we can say it is not able to contact with machine directly. So first it create the object file, then after the object file with instruct to the machine to instruct the machine. So basically Java code converts into class, then the class code will run on the console, right, in the machine, or you can say in the machine. So this is all things happened when you are running the code, and I will tell you much more about in this system.out.print and how we can use further more in the next lecture. So thank you for watching and see you in the next lecture. So in this session we are gonna to talk about print versus print ln. So first we already know what is the output of this syntax. So I'm just copy and paste them on the other line and remove this and write them I love, or I can say I like Java programming. Okay, you can write anything whatever you want to write, right? So okay, just play here and now waiting for output, it's running. Okay, so hello world, I like Java programming. So what happened if I remove, what happened if I remove both ln from here? So now you can see the difference. It is on the one line hello world and the another line is I like Java program. Now you can see the difference. Hello world and I like Java programming in the same line, even without any space. So what is the meaning of ln? If I run it again on putting ln, ln means end of the line. Ln means, or we can say end of the line, right? So what is double slash? It's a comment, I will tell you later. So I am just writing here to telling you what is this meaning, end of the line, right? So okay, so if I run it again, it says hello world and don't write anything after that, and if you want to write something else you must have to use another line. Okay, so now you can see hello world end of the line and use another line I like Java program. So basically it tells the compiler we don't have extra space here after word d, so you must have to use another line, right? So this is the big difference between println and print. So I hope you like this and we will continue much more in next lecture. So hi there, we are going to talk about comments in this session. So before we are talk about comments, we must have to change the font size because I don't like size of this font. I need little bigger font for now. Okay, so just go to setting and go to the editor, then go to the fonts and you can see, and I'm writing as 15 and you can write whatever you like. Okay, you can write any number whatever you like. You don't have to write strings here, right? Okay, so click on OK button. Now you can see the font size is little bigger, and I am removing this for now and write in system.out.print ln. Okay, so now you can see it can use any of the thing. So basically we are printing the string, and now it's time to change something, like we can print integer here also or not. So what is integer? Integer is just a number. If you know about mathematics, it's just a number thing, right? So system.out.print, then we print double or float value also. So float and double value is just a decimal numbers. So okay, so 20.5, and so we will discuss much more about later what is integer, float, double, string. These all are data types. I will definitely tell you in later of this session. So just calm down yourself and focus on what we are learning. Okay, so write one more line here. Okay, so write in my name is Anipit. Okay, so I write 4 lines and it show me 4 outputs. It show me 4 line output, right? Hello world 10 10 20.5 and my name is Anived. You can write here what your name. This is your task. So hello world 10 uh, 20.5, my name is Anived. I miss Alan here, so okay, so run it again. Okay, it's I don't think so. Okay, now it's running. Okay, so now you can see the output here. So what happened if I don't want this line? So suppose if I use double slash, it will comment this line. And what is the comment? And you can say this is the symbol. This is the symbol line comment, right? Symbol line comment. So does not read by the your compiler. So basically the symbol line comment or the comment is does not read by the compiler. It is for you guys, right? So just run it away and see the output. What happened? Okay, so now you can see 10 is gone, right? And 10 will not print. If I remove this also, I am using symbol line comment also here, and so those two lines are gone, 10 and 20. If I remove this, I am also using this symbol line comment here. So what happened if suppose there is a lot of line of code and I want to remove every single line of code and I want to comment for testing purpose and all. So should I do this thing every time? No. So there are the two types of comment basically. So you don't have to write. So I just have to remove this also. So there are the two types of comment first. So comments is having two types. First one is symbol and another one is multiple. So in not multiple, we then say it's a multi-line comment, right? Okay. So basically in single line comment, we then use double slash to comment single line, but in multi-line we then use this keyword. We then use this startum and endum of this. So it's time to use this thing. So remove everything for now and time to use slash star and okay, so I want these two lines and it's already when I entered Java this ID will already tells. Okay, so I do it by manually for you guys, right? Okay, so okay, so star, right? So now you can see it's a multi-line comment, or you can say you can you can comment multiple lines here. So run it again. So now you can see, suppose if I want this line comment also, so you can enter and paste here also, and you can write anything also here because it doesn't matter. uh, it doesn't read by compiler, so it doesn't matter even here. So my name is whatever you like to write, you can write here. My name is Anivit, or you can write whatever you want to write here, because this theme doesn't even read by the compiler. These lines are for you. So the thing is why programmers and why programming languages having such these kind of theme here. So the theme is basically why we are using this. Suppose we don't know about this main method, so we just write main and we then say it is used to run the main program, right? So it tells the another person who, suppose I am giving you this example or I am sharing this code with my friend who don't know about the main. So I am commenting here which tells the user or my friend it is used to run the main program, or I then say without main method you cannot run the Java code. You cannot run the Java code. Okay, so now you can see if it's gonna bigger, you can use what I am gonna to use this. Okay, So now you can see what and why we are using. So this is the use of comment. We are not using like this. We are gonna to use like this. When if you are a really good developer, you can see when you are creating some software, we will use this kind of stuff, not this kind of stuff like single comment or comment the some code part of the code. This is the bad habit. This one is the good habit if you are creating some software. So I hope you guys really enjoy this video, and I will see you on the next lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, I am going to teach you about what is the variables and data types. So first, what is the variable? Variable is the container where we store data values, or where we store our data. Data is like something like we can write hello, we can add number, whatever you like to add in your container, right? So the first thing is, suppose I want to add some integer data, so I am creating name as int I is equals to 10. So what is the variable here? Just forget about int here, just learn about what is the I. So I is the variable name where we store 10. Suppose I write 20, so I same I, and we will store 10, 20, or whatever I like 2320. I can store it. Okay, so this is all about the variable. Variable is just a thing where we store our data. Okay, so let's talk about what is data types. So with data types, variable is having some meaning. Without data types, variable, it doesn't have any meaning. First understand this. So there is a bunch of data types here. So in Java, there are two types of data type: primitive and non-primitive data type. So just for now, we don't need to know about non-primitive data type. We must have to focus on only one side, the left side, primitive data type. So let's discuss about it. What is the primitive data type and how there are? So there are the four types: integer, floating point, character, and boolean. So in integer there are four types: byte, short, int, long. So why Java give us a four type? Suppose if you want to use some long number of value, like in millions, then you can use long. But if you want some little value like 3, 4, 5, then you can use byte or short, right? So generally we will use int and long, and these are at some places. Okay, but we just have to discuss first about integer. Okay, so integers, integers here. So let's write byte, byte, or let's create some b name variable, and we will say 10, and write short s is equals to 20, and int I is equals to 30 here, or you can add minus also, and the another one is l long is equals to around, I can say it's 1000. Okay, so system dot out dot print ln, because I want the end of the line space. Okay, so copy and paste 5 times. You can use Control D, and okay, so run this and see the output here. Okay, so the first value of b is 10, and the second value of s is 20, third value is 30, and the fourth value is l 1000. Okay, so it works fine. Okay, so let's comment out for this for now, and jump on the floating point. I think I removed something. Okay, yeah. So there are two types here. In floating point there are two types: float and double. So let's first discuss about float and then double. Okay, so in floating point we just have to write decimal values. In integer we can write only single number value where we don't put any decimal number, but in floating point or in float or double, we just have to write point value. Suppose if I am writing this, and if I am writing here 20 point something like 1 2. Okay, one more thing is, when you are declaring float, you must have to write f here in the end, but in double you don't have to write. So in generally in Java, everyone is using, or the software development, when you are developing some software, you can definitely use double, because people avoid to write f here also. So it's time to print something. Okay, I am just copy this and paste it for 2 times. So f, and in another line d. It's time to run. Okay, so it will print the first, we put f 10.54, then print f. Okay, 10.54, 10.54, and then other is d, so that d value is 20.12. Okay, so this is nice. Okay, just comment out all of this stuff, and let's go to the, what is the third one? Third one is the character. Okay, what is the third one? Third one is the character. Okay, so let's go to the character. We just have to write char to within character value, where what is character, we just have to enter some character inside here in these single quotes, right? So we can either enter 3 this this at the rate sign or whatever you like. So I am just entering a for now, and just print in same as previous. Okay, so ch is the variable name where we stored a value as a character. So it's time to run. Okay, so it will print a only on this screen. So let's comment out this, and this is the last data type, which is boolean. So how we then declare a boolean value? So let's write boolean all in small letters, small this, and let's write b boolean is equals to true. So in boolean, basically we are adding 2 values only. So let's time to create another one, true and false. So let's time to create some another value here. Okay, so there are only 2 values, true, either true or either false. So you cannot add anything like 10 or 20 in boolean. You must have to write it's a true or a false, or you can say it's a 0 or a 1. This boolean is very effective. You can see in further videos what is the use of boolean, and why this is very important. So now you can see I write I write the print in code for both of them. Okay, so I run the code. So let's see the boolean. First I print boolean true. The second thing I print is flap, and flap value is false, then it's false. Okay, so let's remove all of the comment here one by one, and separate everything by using system.out. Okay, so where I write something like characters, or okay, so floating point. Okay, and last one is integer. Integers. Maybe I forgot for boolean. Okay, so boolean. Okay, yeah. So it's time to run all of this at the same time. So now you can see the difference. What? So now let's compare. Integer is having 4 types: byte, short, int, and long. In this you can write it. You can write numbers without decimal values, and it doesn't matter it is a positive or negative. you can write here. And in float you can also write a negative number. You must have to write its dot to dot value, right? Decimal numbers. If you want some decimal number, you just have to use floating point, where there are two types, float and double. And if you want to use some character, either it is any character, any special character or a number or anything, whatever you want, you have to use char, character data type. And then in boolean you must have to use boolean, the full name, right? And write some variable name as bool or flag, whatever you want, and assign value as true, either true or either false. So I hope you guys really enjoy this video, and thanks for watching this video. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about identifier, or we can say we are going to talk about variable nomenclature or variable names. So what is the right way of declaring a variable name? So there is a bunch of lines, or there is a bunch of points which tells us what is the right way to write the variable name in Java. So the first point is variable name can contain letter, digits, underscores, or dollar signs. Okay, so let's start creating some variable like int. I like a1 underscore a1, and assign value as 10. Okay, so we will use a1 underscore as well as dollar, so it doesn't give us a error. So yeah, if I wanted to print this, yeah, I think it doesn't show any error also. Okay, so print this thing, this variable. So it will print 10 for sure. Yeah, so it will print 10 for us. Okay, so the first point is complete. The another point is variable name must begin with letter. Okay, so the thing is, if you are starting something like variable name from 1, I remove this from here and starting with 1. So yeah, it show me the error, right? So you must have to start variable name using letter. So this is the another point. And the third point is variable name should start with lowercase letter and then not white space. So we already talked about this. Start with letter and then not contain white space. So what happened if we add some white space here? So you can see error. So we cannot use white space here also, and not even here you can add anywhere. It changed the meaning of the variable, right? So we cannot use white space when we are creating a variable. So variable also begins with a dollar and underscore. Let's check. So okay, so int underscore something like b is equals to 20, or int dollar c is equals to, okay, 30. Okay, yeah, it doesn't give us an error. So yeah, I think it's time to print. Okay, let's copy and paste here. Okay, where I run, okay, this. Okay, so now it's running successfully. 10, 20, 30, a b and dollar c. Okay, so the fourth point is done, and the fifth point is variable names are case sensitive. Name and name are different, so they both are name, but the thing is, the first word of this name in uppercase, and the first word of this name in lowercase. So Java is basically a case sensitive language. So let's try this out. Remove everything from here, and you can use another program. I am just removing. So string name is equals to, suppose I am writing hello here, and you can write your name also, and I am writing name is equals to world. So let's time to run the program. So if we write this name, what it will return? It will return hello, right? Because the capital word of name, the starting word name which defines hello, But what happened if I change this into n, small one, then it will print world on the screen. So I run it, and yeah, you can see it will print world. So what happened if I remove this thing? So yeah, you can throw your mouse here, and you can see cannot resolve symbol, right? You can see the error, or if you run this program, you can see the error here. So what is error? Error basically told you there is some kind of error. You don't have any variable yet. So variable name, class, main cannot find symbol. Cannot find symbol means they cannot find name value, because this name is different than this name. So they both are different. That's why Java is a case sensitive language. If I comment out, if I remove the comment, then yeah, error will go on. So our fifth point is done, and this is our last point. So reserve keywords like Java, keywords such as int, boolean, character cannot be used as variable name. Yeah, this is very true. So let's remove this, and I think it's time to write some. Suppose I am writing string here, and same for as h or hello, whatever I like. So what I am doing here, if I put int here, it doesn't even it show me the error. Why? Because int is already a data type, or we can say int is already a keyword which is used to create a data which is used to create a data types, right? Because we already know about we are creating variables using int value, right? So we cannot use int here, except we use int here. So I already told you there is a difference. You can also use int here, but you cannot use int as small, right? So this is the reserved keywords such as int, boolean, character, or even you cannot vice versa this thing also. Suppose okay, so suppose yeah, 0. Okay, now you can vice versa, because the string is not the reserved keyword. String is just a class, right? So you can, I think you can do this, but you cannot do this for boolean. No, sorry, for boolean, yeah. So you cannot assign this for boolean. But what happened if you change the b letter here? See, you can add anything, and error will go on. So that's why Java is a case sensitive, and you cannot use reserved keyword as well as. So I hope you guys enjoy this video, and thank you so much for watching this video. Hello, hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about plus symbol using in system.out.println or print, right? So let's start with creating some message. So I am creating message 1 is equals to something like hello world, and creating another message like message 2. Okay, so in message 2, okay, my name is, you can totally, it's totally depend up to you what you are writing. I'm just giving you an example. You must have to try by yourself. So let's write system.out.println. So what happened if we are printing, you already know about it, right? Hello world. But what happened if we want to merge both of them in a single line? Suppose I want to merge like this. My name is Anirudh. After hello world, I just want to merge like this. So what we will do? We will do just plus, using plus symbol and message 2. So now we have to run this, and let's check dot also here. Okay, so hello world, my name is Anita. So you can see there is something, there is no space, but I told you there we have to add some space also. So we can either add from here or either add from here, but I am adding here also. So you can see we can also add here also. So just format in the code and run it again. So now you can see hello world space my name is Anilet, right? So this is the end of this video. Thanks for watching this video. So hi there. In this video lecture we are going to talk about typecasting and how we can do typecasting and what is typecasting. So typecasting is the thing we just have to change the value from integer to the double, and we then change double value to integer for the example, right? So let's jump to the notepad and see. So there are the two ways. I already told you, you can change int value to double and the double value to int. So there are the two ways. The first one is implicit, where we change small data type to large data type, or we can say small data type to big data type, and the explicit, where we change big data type to small data type, right? So there are the two ways. So first one is implicit, automatically by compiler, or it is automatically done by compiler, right? So we don't have to put any efforts here, but we just have to put efforts in this part, right? So first let's uh, make the example for implicit. Go to the ID. So let's create something like integer. I can say it's a number 1, which is having value 10, and I can say double because I am gonna to convert int into what? Int into double, or I can also convert it into anything else. So number 2 is equals to what? It's a number 1. So it's time to print. So system, not this system, as well as system dot out dot print. So it's time to print number 2. We already know what it print. Number 2 will print 10, number 1 will print 10, and number 2 will print 10.0 around. So yeah, so it will print 10.0. So this is the example for implicit. Now we just have to do for explicit. So I think I should have to comment all of this thing here and write something. Minimize this thing first. Double, and write some n number 1 is equals to something like 20.43, and I am gonna to convert this into int value. So int num2 is equals to number 1. So if I write this thing, you can say this show me the error, right? So how we then change this thing? So we are gonna to double to int, so you must have to write int here. So what it will do, it will tell basically we are getting value which is having int type, right? So we are getting value from num1 to num1, num1 to num2. The type of the value is dynamically changed as integer for this line, and we assigned it into another variable. So this is the meaning of this line. System dot out dot print, and let's print the num2 value here. Okay, so run the program. Now you can see it print 20. It doesn't matter what after the 20, because after the decimal it doesn't even consider it. It is not the approximate value. Suppose if you are putting 9999 something like, and you are assuming it's 21, but it's not, because it doesn't even matter what you are writing after dot, or what you are writing after decimal. It only reads the starting values. So this is the example for explicit, and you can also try others also. So suppose I am gonna to okay, so suppose I am gonna to change byte value to double for the another example. So I am using this above. So byte v by t byte value and print, comment out this for now, and run the code again. You can definitely change the value as something like 15. Okay, so yeah, it's already 10, so something like 15. Let's try on 15 also. Yeah, it will return 15.0. So this is the example of implicit, and here is the example for explicit. I think that's it for this video. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about how we can data input by a user and print it on the screen. So first of all, we need to import scanner class. So go to the first line and write import java dot util dot scanner, right? So what is import? So basically the import is the keyword which is used to import, or which is used to access some class or some file. So we are accessing scanner file which is having functionality to read input from the console. I hope you understand. And now it's time to create the scanner class object. So this is the object we are creating. So scanner system dot in. Yeah, we will talk about object later in this course, but for now you just have to consider as if you want to use some functionality of this scanner class, you must have to use scanner. Okay, so it's time to write something like first I should have to write please enter your name. So please enter your name, then space, then I should have to write. Okay, so what is the name value? Name is the string value, so I am creating name is equals to scanner dot, we just have to write next line here, and semicolon, and write system dot out dot println, and write my name is. So I already told you, you can use plus here if you are having two string values. So this is my first string, I want to add some another string here, so I am using plus and then name, and this line will read this line will read the name from the console and store in the name variable, and then we will print my name here by using name variable, right? So it's time to run this program and let's check this is correct or not. So let's write. So now you can see we can write something here. So I can write my name ANIBIT and hit enter. So when I hit enter, my name is Anibet, right? So now you can see we entered the name by the using console and print it on the screen. So yeah, that's it for this lecture. So hello, hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about arithmetic operators. So there are the 5 types of arithmetic operator: plus, minus, multiply, divide, and modulus. Okay. So let's start by creating a variable a is equals to, where we assign value 10 and int b is equals to 20. So it's time to add two values by using the first arithmetic operator, and so now you can see we add two values and put this into c variable. So let's time to print system.out.println. So I am just printing c. So run this. So yeah, so our result is 30. So this is our first arithmetic operator. So the another one is the -1. So a minus b system dot out dot println, and let's print d as well as. So yeah, let's run this code. So now you can see it's -10. So basically it will return the addition. We can say it return the addition, or here we can say it return the subtraction. Okay. So yeah, so it's time to using the third variable, third operator. It is the multiplication operator, right? Multiplication. So let's, so I create a new variable. E is equals to a multiplied by a stripped by b, right? So it's time to print the value of e. So let's run this code one more time. So now you can see the output. 10 multiplied by 20 is equals to 200. Then int f is equals to a divided by b, and so let's write it's a division, and time to write system dot out dot print, and it's time to print the value of f here. And I think it show me some kind of warning here, but yeah, just ignore it and run this. So yeah, you can see nothing will print. Why? Because the thing is the value of a is less than b, so I think I should have to run by using this b divided by a. So yeah, that's why it give me some warning. So yeah, when we are run this b divided by a, so let's change the value. I think I should have to write 4, because the thing is how many times, this is not about how many times we will get 20. So I think here will be we get 5. Okay, so now we will get 5. So what we will get here, we will get number of times. So suppose if I write something like 3, or so if I write 3 here, so what is that meaning? So if we want to divide this, we will get something like 6.6 or maybe 6.33, but the final answer, we are talking about integer here, so the answer will be 6, right? So let's try for 20 or 3. So 20 by 3, so it means 20 by 3. Let's run this code again. So yeah, here's the output. We are not using double yet, so if we use double, it returns like 6.33 or 6.667, whatever it is, right? So I am using integer, that's why it returns 6 only. So let's go to the last one. So the last one is modulus. So even in modulus we are also using the same, but this time you will get the remainder. So it's time to print g. So this is the modulus operator. So in this time, when we are divide 20 by 3, so we are not dividing, we are just dividing, and what it's remain if we divide fully. So if you know about it, 6 3s is equals to 18. So 18 minus 20 is so let's run this code and check this out. What is the answer? So now you can see the remainder is 2. So here is the remainder. Suppose if I change the value something like 7. So what is the new remainder here? According to me, 7 ones are 7, 7 twos are 14, and 7 threes are is not, it is greater than 21. So 7 twos are 14 minus 20. So 14 minus 20 is 6. So I think the value will be 6. So run it again, and now you can see the last. Now you can see the last one as 6, right? So there is the this is the use of arithmetic operators. I think that's enough for this video lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, I am gonna to teach you about assignment operator. So there are the 5 types of assignment operators in Java. So first one we already know about it. If we put some value inside a or a variable, then we will use in this simple assignment operator. So this is the first one, and the another one is if we want to add some value. Suppose okay, so I think I should have to declare one more variable here. So I am declaring 2 variable here, and I just want to add something in a, right? So so a is equals to 10 plus 5, right? So it's 15, or we can say I just have to add in a b, right? I am adding 10 plus b, right? I am adding 10 plus b here. So we can also write this syntax. So in this using assessment operator, right? So a is equals to b. We can also write the syntax as this format also. So first of all, we must have to check first the a value is updated or not for this line, right? So I'm removing this for now and just checking a value is updated as 15 or not. So here you can see now it's time to run. Now it's time to assign the a again as 15 by using this method. So yeah, I should have to replace by using this. So so here is what is the minimum of this. What is the minimum of this 2 character? So the minimum of this 2 character is a plus a is equals to a plus b. So overall this is the minimum of a is equals to a plus b. This is the minimum of this this 2 words, or we can say this is the minimum of this assignment operator, right? So let's run it again. It's a comment, so it will not run. So it will ignore by a compiler. Yeah. So run it again, and yeah, now you can see it's 15. So okay. So our new a value is 15. So our new a value is 15, right? Remember this, because we start with a as 10. Now our value is 15, right? So let's do for minus. So I just have to remove same as b, or we can say I just want to remove. So what is the minimum of this? So I must have to remove the 15 minus 2. So the value should be like 13, right? So this is what we are doing here by using this. So it's time to print the value. System.out.println, and let's write a, and I'm saying it's 13, right? So let's run this and make sure it's 13. So now you can see first 15 and the another one is 13. Now the updated value of a is 13. So I think it's time we use these 3 options here. I think it's time to use this one. So 13 divided by like 2. Yeah, so 13 divided by, no, not 2, it's okay, yeah, it's 2. Okay, so what we are doing here, so a is equals to a divided by 2. So what is that meaning? So 13 divided by 2 means number of times. So 2 2 6 are 12. So basically it takes 6 times. So the answer, or we can say the new value of a should be 16. 6, sorry. Yeah. So the new value for a is 6 according to me. So I think we should have to check this. Now run the program again. And first 15, then 3, then 6. Okay. So the new value is 6. Okay. So the new value. Okay. What is going on here? Okay. So removing extra space from here. And it's time to use the last operator here. Operator multiply is equals to. Okay. So a multiply is equals to by something like 3. Okay. So what we are doing here, we are gonna to multiply a multiply by 3, and what is inside a? So inside a is 6. We already know about it. Inside a is 6. So what is the result? So what is the new result? New result will be 6 multiplied by 3. It's 18. So let's run this again. So the new value should be 18. So you can see the output as correct. So there are the 5 assignment operators we will cover in this session. The first one is equals to, another one is plus is equals to, minus is equals to, divide is equals to, and multiply by is equals to. So these are the 5 assessment operator we are using everywhere when we are developing some software. So that's it for this video lecture. So hello, hi there. In this video lecture, I am gonna to teach you about relational operators. So there are the 6 relational operators, and it will return the boolean value as true or false. It will only return true, either true or either false. So let's start by creating 2 variables here. So I am creating 2 variables into okay. So int a is 10 and int b is equals to 15. So I am creating 2 variable here, and for now, after that, I am gonna to use the first system dot out dot print first relational operator double is equals to. So a double is equals to b. So what it happens here? So basically it tell us 10 is. So we can say a is equal to b. If it is, then it will return true. True. Otherwise it will return false. So now you can see 10 is equals to 15. So yeah, it is not is equals to 15. So what it will return? It will return false. So now let's check what it will return. So it will return false here. So do this thing for the another operator. So a is not is equals to b. So in a we are put value, right? We put 10. So I then write here 10. So it is not confusion you. Otherwise false. Okay. So what happened? Okay, just 10 or 15 here. So we already know the first output, and now we then check 10 is not is equals to 15, then it will return true, otherwise false. So yeah, 10 is not is equals to 15. So what is the meaning of this operator? This operator meaning is not is equals to, and this operator meaning is equals to. So basically those operators are used to, so basically those every operator in this relational operator we are using those operators to compare two values a and b, right? Or you can change something like 10 or 15, but we must have to put these variables these operators between two values. So let's run it again. First one is false and the another one is true. So here you can see the true. So let's comment out these and jump on to the less than. So the third one operator name as less than operator, less than in relational operator. So A is less than B. So if 10 is less than 15, then it will print true, otherwise it will print false. So yeah, 10 is less than 15. So yeah, it will definitely return what? True. So now you can see. So it's time to write for another is greater than. So we put 10 inside A. So 10 is not, it's a greater operator, greater than 15, then it will return true, otherwise false. So now you can see, is this 10 greater than 15? Is the 10 greater than 15? No, it's not. 10 is not greater than 15, so it will return false, right? So let's run it again. First one is true and the another one is false. So now you can see our first one is true and the another one is false. What happened if I write something like B is greater than A? So just think first and tell yourself what is the output in your mind, and I will definitely tell you. Just pause this video and think yourself first. So I think I should have to tell you now. So we change the values. First one is 15 because B is having 15 here. So 15 and the another one is 10. So 15 is greater than 10. Yeah, it is. So what it will return? It will return true. So in the last output, we got true here. So now both are true. See? So I think I should have to comment this session also. And let's jump on to the less than or is equals to. Okay. So system dot out dot println. So you can directly use any value also here. So I am comment out this for better understanding. So why I am using this for now, because I just want to tell you we can use A or B or variables, and we can also use value here also. So now it's time to add some comment. A is okay, so I need some bigger space here, so I am putting on the upper side. A is less than or equal to 11, then it will return true, otherwise false. Okay, so what is the meaning of this statement, right? So 10 is less than or, so there are two things, less than, and this meaning is or, and less, this meaning is less than, and this meaning of this meaning is equals to, right? So this is like 10 is less than or is equals to 11. So this is really true or not? 10 is less than 11, so yeah, it returns true. So now you can see it will return true. So what happened if I put as 10 here? So 10 is not a less than 10. So okay, so first change 10. So 10 is not less than 10, but yeah, it is equals to 10. So it will return true again. So let's run this for one more time. Okay, so it will return true. So now what it happened if I remove this and I am using this only less than as here? So just think yourself first and pause this video and try to do by yourself first and assume the answer. What is the answer? So now it's my turn to tell you the answer. The answer will be false. Why? Because 10 is not a less than 10, right? Okay, so the answer is false. The reason is 10 is not less than 10, because the thing is 10 is either greater than, or we are not using is equals to. If is equals to here, then it will return true. If is equals to not here, then it is not checking the same 10 is same as 10, right? Or it is not checking is equals to value here. So that's why it will return false. So now we can undo this thing, and okay, let's jump on to the last one. Greater than is equals to. So 11 is greater than or is equals to 13. I think I should have to comment this one also. So what it says, 11 is greater than or equal to 13. If it is, then it will return what? True. Otherwise it will return false. Okay, so let's run this. Before run this, you must have to think by yourself. So I already know the answer. The answer is false. If you are guessing this same, you are the correct one, right? So what happened if we change this by 13? So I think it's time for you guys to assume what is the output here. Okay, so just pause this video and assume what is the answer here. So if you are assuming it's true, then you are right, because we are also providing is equals to here, which checks 13 double is equals to 13. So yeah, it is. So let's run this and check we are right or wrong. So yeah, it is true. So I hope you understand this concept, why we are what is the difference between greater than or is equals to and greater than. So I hope you guys really enjoy this relational operator video. So see you on the next lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about logical operators. So there are the 3 kinds of logical operator: and, or, and not. So the logical operator is used to combine two conditions. So first, we just talk about and operator here. So system.out.print print ln. So I am just write some relational logic here also here. So we must have to write something like 10 is greater than 5. So yeah, we know 10 is really greater than 5. So what it will return? It will return true. So first run this. So yeah, we know 10 is written true. And another thing is so let's check this. 20 is greater than 14. So let's run this again. So just run this and I will tell you why I am running and telling you. So yeah, so they both conditions are true here. So it's time to combine these two conditions by using AND operator. Okay, so let's comment both of them and copy this condition also here. Okay, so between those conditions, just you must have to write ampersand, double ampersand, and they don't understand what, so what they have do first. So use parenthesis to tell you must have to solve the first parenthesis conditions. Then after when you get two true values, then check true and true, right? So this is the right way to doing this. So let's run. So it will return true. So why it will return true? So before that and or, you must have to understand, if we are use, then it will return true, and in or So I am gonna to tell you about only about AND for now. So true double AND false is equals to false, and if we are using false double AND true, it will return what? It will return false. So the thing is, AND is basically work on the simple statement. Okay, it's not like either. It's not like either you have a choice. If you must have to do, you must have to do. If you have to do, you have to do, right? So the thing is, if all conditions are true here, then it will return true. If some condition is false, then it will not return true. Suppose I change this condition. Now check this, the condition here. So I am removing this. It is little bit confusing you. So okay, so now you can check, we are using false, then it's a true condition. So there are, the first one is false condition and the another one is true condition. So what it will return now? According to me, it will return false, because according to this third line, for false and true is equals to false. Okay. So double false is false and false true is false and true false is false, double true is true. So it says, if both condition is true, then I will return only true, otherwise I will return false, right? You can also use one more condition here. So I already told you about it. If all condition is true, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So first make those two condition true, and I think I just have to write something. 100 is greater than 99. Okay. So let's run this. So first step, this condition is true, this one is also true, this one is also true. So if those three are true, the value will be true, because AND works for if all condition is true, then return true. That's it. So you must have to understand this line. If you understand this line, this is very important line. You can put anything here. If single condition is false, you can put n number of conditions here. If a single condition is false, it will return false. If all condition is true, then it will return true, right? So I think you understand this, and let's comment it out here and jump on to the OR operator. So now we got and where is all condition is true, then it return true. But for OR, there, so for OR, if any condition is true, then return true. Okay, so then return true. So what is the meaning of this? So I am just copy and paste the things here and telling you the, okay. So now understand this thing. So we must have to change the symbols also. Okay, so I am gonna do a double pipeline symbol here. So you must have to understand this first before running something else. So the thing is, if we are using true, so what it says, if any condition is true, then I will return true. Okay, so if this true and this true, it will definitely return true. If this is true, then it will return true. It will not go to the false statement also. If it checks true, then it will return true. If it checks true, then it will return true. If both are false, then it will return false. Even this line says there is a n number of conditions. What is n here? You can add any number of conditions here. If you have something between true here, then it will return true. So let's try some example here. So first start with some basics by using two conditions, by putting two conditions here. So 5 is, so 10 is greater than 5. Yeah, it is. And the another condition I am writing is false. So So now you will see this condition is true because 10 is really greater than 5 and 20 is so 20 is less than 10. No, it is not. So run it again. So our first condition is true. So what it will return? It will return true. It will return true. So suppose I am also writing this false condition also here. So false means false. Okay, so it will return false. So suppose I am writing here something like, okay, so I am gonna to confuse you for now to understand what I am gonna to teach you about this line. This line is very important to understand. So now okay, so 1000 is less than 9999. Okay, and last one is so last one is greater than 0. Okay. So what it will say? So the first condition is, so just comment it out here, and so our first condition is false or true. So our first condition is false, and because 10 is not less than 5 and 20, and the another condition is 20 is less than 10. No, it is not. So the another condition is also false here, and the third one is 10 is not less than 2. So the third condition is also false here, and the 1000 is not less than 999. So this condition is also false here, but 1 is greater than 0, so it is true here. So let's run this, and I told you if any condition is true, then return true. So I think it will return true here. Okay, so now you can check. So let's do some experimental things here. So what happened if I write true here? So this is the main concept. So what is happening here? If we print in relational operator, what relational operator will return? I already told you about it. Relational operator return the boolean's value, right? And we are comparing boolean value. I told you these are the boolean's value, and in the data type lecture I already told you that boolean value is really important when you are developing some kind of software, right? So what we are gonna to do here, we are just writing true here by changing the value of, so this return true, and I am directly put true here. So what it will return now? So it will definitely return true. So this is the power of boolean values, right? So it's time to comment all of this session, and now let's jump on to the not. So in the not is very simple. So in the not you must have to, if you have a true, then change it into false. Okay, or if you have a false, then it will change it into true. This is the not thing, right? So vice versa, we will say vice versa here. Okay, so the first thing is we have to put some condition here. So if you have to check some condition here, you must have to use, if you have to change the true as false, you must have to enter exclamation mark before the condition. So now you can see it. It doesn't even matter if you add more spaces or whatever you like, but you must have to write in a parenthesis the condition in the parenthesis. So it will understand you are solving this first, then after you come on the exclamation mark. So what it will return? It will return true, and what exclamation mark will change? Exclamation mark change the value true as false. So let's run this and see the output. So now you will see the false here, but let's take one more example. here. Suppose I am gonna to tell you 9 and 999, and so I am gonna to confuse you here. So I am also using some double AND operator, and gonna to 10 is greater than 0. So now it's your turn to understand what is going on here and tell yourself first. Just pause this video and tell by yourself what is the output. So now it's my turn to tell you what is the real output of this. So the first condition is, so we must have to write here, the first value of this is true because 1000 is greater than 999, and the another is true, right? So according to double AND here, we already know about if all condition is true, then it will return what? It will return true. Okay, so our final answer is true, but there is a exclamation mark here. So what exclamation mark say? If it is true, then change it into false. So change it into false. So this is the final result. If you are say it is false, then you are right. So let's run this once again. So now you can see it's false. I hope you guys really enjoy the logical operators and understand this concept, this really good concept also. So I think that's it for this lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture I am going to teach you about what is the ternary operator and what is the use of ternary operator. So the ternary operator is used to check if condition is true, then it will do some true things here, and if the condition is false, then it will return false values. So if condition true, then it will return true, otherwise false. Okay, so let's try to create some new variable as a, and where we write condition. Okay, so before we write condition, we must have to write two numbers here. So int n1 n2 is equals to 20. So let's check out if n2 is greater than n1, then we will put n2 here, otherwise we will put n1. Suppose we want greater number here, or we will say it's a variable of greater num, right? So if n2 is greater than, then it will assign as n2. If n1 is greater, then it will assign as n1. So this condition is true or false according to you. So this condition is true, and the n2 is assigned into greater number. So let's print system dot out dot println. Now run this. So okay, so what happened if I change the condition here? So if I change n2 is less than n1, so what it happens here? So if n2 is, so n2 is less than n1, so 20 is less than 10, so yeah, it is not less than, so it will return the less number because we are changing the sign, right? So we don't want any less number, we want greater number here. So I think if we want to change the, it will return false here, so we must have to change the value, right? So if I says here is the 100, so what it will return? Now you can compare by yourself the, okay, so I am comparing condition here. So 20 is greater than 100. No, it is not. So 20 is not greater than 100, so that's why it return false value. So it jump down on the n1 and it will return 100. So now you can see with that 100 in the greater number. So it's time to change this into less number, less or smaller is the right word, smaller number. And if we change the condition size, condition sign here, then you can say it will return the less number. So 20 is less than 100. Yeah, it is. So okay, I cannot define variable. Yeah. Okay. So now you can see. So this is the use of ternary operator. If the condition is true, then it will return true value, otherwise it will return false value. I hope you guys enjoy this ternary operator lecture. See you on the next lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about increment operator. So let's create a variable name as a is equals to 10. So what increment operator will do here? So the increment operator is used to increase the value by 1. So you can also say increment a plus plus means we can add a is equals to a plus 1 here, right? Because we are increase the value by 1. So it's time to print the value. So there are the two ways to do this thing. First one is I already told you, and you can say this. So there are the two ways to increase the value. So this method we will say, okay, so I am removing this comment, and we will say this is the post and increment, and this is the pre-increment. So I will tell you what is the difference between by using the example. So first we are going to talk about post increment. So remove this increment, and now you can see a plus plus, and we are going to print a value here. Now run this. If you are assuming the value will be 11, then you are definitely right, because we increase the value by 1. Okay, so if I am going to put, okay, so if I write 3 more time here, so what is the output? What is the output? If you are thin, it's 13, then you are right. So let's run this again, and yeah, you can see it's 13 here. So let's remove all of this stuff for now, and you can also directly add something here also. So what you are thinking, what it will now. So just pause this video and think carefully, because it is not like the same as before. So what it happens. So yeah, this is 10, not 11 here. So the thing is, why it's 10? See, so after that, if I print, after this statement, if I print system.out.println a one more time, that what it will return? It will return 11. So there is some reason why we say post and pre. So what is the meaning of post and pre? So remove all of this stuff here, and let's talk about what is the meaning of post. So when we are using post increment, the increment is not done yet. The increment is done after the line is terminated, right? After the line is terminated by semicolon. And if we access something by, if we access the a value before increment, right? So we will say if we access the value before, it will be same as previous. So we are accessing before a, so we are printing a before plus plus, right? So that's why we will got 10 first, and after that we will got 11, because the value is increased, right? So now it's time to use plus plus as pre-increment. Okay, so I think I should have to write one system dot out dot print ln. Okay, so what is the output here? If you are thinking it's 11, You are definitely right. Okay, so I think it's time to little bit confusing you about. Okay, so I'm gonna to write one more time as pre-increment, and I'm gonna to do one more time. So what is the output here? 11, 12 or 13? If you are thinking 11, it's not a chance here because I do two times already, so it's a 12, and this is the one more time. So just pause this video and think yourself first, what is the output here? So if you are thinking it's 13, yeah, it is true, because in pre-increment we add first, then we print the value later. So let's run this, and now you can see it's 13. So this is the big difference between pre and post increment. So in pre increment, if we are using plus plus first, then we says now it time to return a value. And if what happened if I write this double a, so what happened if I write the post increment here, it will return what? It will return 12, because the thing is the value is updated here as 11, the value is updated here as 12, and the value is not updated here because we use post increment. So if we run this, it will return 12. Okay, so I think it's time to create one more question for you guys. So what it will return now? So just think carefully. Okay, so just think carefully and tell me the solution, and tell yourself the solution I am going to tell you as well as. So if you are thinking it's 14, then you are definitely right, because after the statement will terminate, the value will be changed as 13, and before we are gonna to print, we will change as 14. So the answer will be 14. So first answer is 12 and the another answer is 14. So now you can see. So I hope you guys really enjoy the increment operator. Yeah, it is little bit confusing, but this concept is very important. So that's it for this lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about decrement operator. So it is similar as increment operator. So int a is equals to 20. So we are gonna to use a minus minus as a post, and a plus a minus minus, sorry, a minus minus as pre. Okay, so if we write a first and we write minus minus after, then it's a post decrement, and if we write minus minus first and a after, then it's a pre decrement. Okay, so it's time to simply system.out.println here and run this. Or I'm not using pre-increment for now, I'm gonna to teach you about post first. So we are gonna to remove 1 or subtract 1 from 20. So what is the output here? Output is 19. So now you can see it's 19 here. So I think I should have to do this thing for one more, or I think one more and one more. Okay, so one more time. So I can do this thing 5 more time here. So if you are familiar with increment operator, you know the output. So what is the output here? Just guess yourself, and the output is 15. If you are guessing 15, the output will be 15, right? So now you can see output is 15. So it's a basic decrement. So now it's time to jump on the pre decrement here. So let's remove this minus minus a and remove this line also. Now what it will return? It will return 19 as the same as the post. So here is we don't get any difference between it. But if we do pre-decrement here, then what is the result? So the result is 18. Why? Because it's pre-decrement the thing. But if we do same for post minus minus a, so now what is the output for both of them? Okay, so for post, okay, so now what is the output for both of them? Just think yourself first and tell me the output. So it here, in here we got 19, in here what, we got 19 also. But the thing is, after the 19 will print, it will decrease by 18. So it will decreased by 18. So after it decreased by 18, it will also decrease first, then it will print. So it is 17. So what is the output? The output is 19 and 17. So let's run this one more time. So now you can see the output is 17 and 19. Yeah, so I think I should have to do something which confuse you. Okay, so minus minus, because if you are not confusing to in learning, then you are not doing something foolish stuff, right? So what is the output for this? So just think yourself first, then I will tell you. Just pause this video and think yourself first. So let's jump onto the solution. So we already know about it's a 17 here, and the 17 is gonna be 16, and it is gonna be 15 here, and we are using pre. So first we have to subtract one value, then we have to write, we have to print it on the console. So the answer is 14. So let's run this again, and now you can see 19, 17 and 14. Yeah, so I hope you guys really enjoyed decrement operator as well as. So that's it for this lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about for loop. So what is the syntax of the for loop is? So in for loop we basically need three values. First one is initial 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 variable, and the another one is condition, and the last one is either you can use increment or decrement, right? decre, I meant decrement, right? So this is the basic syntax for the for loop. Okay, so initial, okay. So and in for loop, basically why we are using for loop first. So the for loop is used to print the repetitive, or we will say we have to print something like system dot, we are printing something like hello world for the 5 times on our screen, right? So what we are doing here, we are doing print 5 times as system dot out dot print here as 5 times, right? So we don't have to do this, because in programming language if you are repeating the code again and again, the program is not good, and it is not a good way to write a program, right? So what we have to do here, we are gonna use for loop for doing the same thing. So let's create the for loop here. Int I is equals to start from 1, because we already know we are gonna to start I from 1 and end up to 5. Why? Because we need 5 times, we have to print system.out.print hello as 5 times. So what is going on here? I already told you, first we need to initialize variable, then we have to put condition here, and we will either increase or either decrease the value of the initial variable. Okay, so it's time to understand what is going on here. So when the loop is runs first time, the value of I is equals to 1 at the starting, we already know, and after the loop is finished, it will, after I, the value of I is 1, and it will check first, so I is really less than 5 or not. So 1 is less than 5, yeah. So loop will run and I will gonna be I plus plus. So after loop is run, what the value of I is gonna be 2. So this is gonna be 2, and another time the condition is checked, and the value 2 is less than 5. So yeah, it's run again one more time, and the value is gonna be 3, as well as for 4, as well as for 5 also, because 5 is less than or equal to, because is equals to is here, so run for 5 also. So yes, so after 5 I is gonna be 6, right? I is gonna be 6, but the thing is I is gonna be 6, but loop will not run. Why? Because the condition is failed, and the loop is, and the compiler is goes out of the block, and this is the block, right? I already told you about this. Parenthesis is the block, so the compiler will goes out of the block. So it's time to run system.out.print. First I am printing I here, because I already told you these 5 conditions here. So these 5 value will print when I wanted to print I here. So now you can see the value of I is 1 2 3 4 and 5. So now you can see 1 2 3 4 and 5. So what happened, suppose if I, okay, so suppose if I declare value as I here as 1, and after that if I print the value of I, so I think I should have to write after the loop, right? After the loop, so what is the value of I after the loop? So let's run again, because I told you about it is gonna be 6. So what is the value of I? Let's check. So now you can see in loop we have 5 here, but plus plus is here, so the I is gonna be increased one more time, but condition will not run, and it is gonna be out of the scope. After it is going out of the scope, it runs this statement here after the loop, and after we have some increment in I, we have a 1 increment in I, so it is gonna be 6 here. So yeah, I think you understand it. So now it's time to print the hello for 5 times here. So if I write the system.out.print hello here, it will run for the 5 times. So the best practice for this for loop is you must have to declare I inside the for also, because I think why we put some extra line if we then declare the variable and initial the value inside the for loop, right? So this is the best practice for doing for loop, and this is really important topic, and this loop is very easy as compared to while and do while. So that's it for this video lecture. So hello, hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about while loop. So while loop is little bit similar as for loop. So in while loop, we must have to declare the variable first, and after we write the condition inside the while parenthesis, and here we write condition, and inside the while we must have to increase the value here. So it is little bit similar. So I said I should have to create the syntax first here. So decrement and yeah, okay. So here we initialize the value. I initialize the variable, right? So this is the syntax for the while loop, and now it's time to create some example here. So I think I should have to start from 1, and while and condition is gonna be I is less than 10, or I can say I is, yeah, I is less than 10, and after that I is gonna be plus plus, and before I is gonna be plus plus I should have to print some thing. Okay, so I am gonna to print I value here, print ln, yeah. So what it says is, it says the thing is I starts from I starts from 1, sorry, I starts from 1. So I is if I is less than 10, then print, then do or do this scope, right? Okay, so first thing is 1 is less than 10, yes it is, so it will gonna to print I here, so I write 1, and after that I is gonna be 2, so check this for 2 again. So after that it will print 2 here also, because 2 is less than 10, for 3 also, for 4 also, for 5 also, 6 7 8 9. But what happened when it is run for 10 or not? Because 9 is less than 10, we know, but 10 is not less than 10. If you watch my relational operator video carefully, so you must have to know the answer. So the answer is the 10 will not print here, right? So what it will print, it will print up 1 to 9. Let's run this and see the answer. Okay, so now you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And one more thing is, you can also print it in the descending order, right? So how we will print it in the descending order? Let's comment out everything here, and it's time to create some variable as j is equals to 10 here, and while, yeah, the name is totally depends up to you, you can use whatever you like to use. Okay, so if j is greater than or is equals to 1, then we will print j, and we have to decrease the value when so remember one thing, when we are printing something in ascending order, you must have to increase the value, or when you are printing some value in descending order, you must have to decrease the value, or in this case you must have to use the decrement operator, in this case you must have to use the increment operator. So the first value is gonna be print as 10, because 10 is greater than 1. Yes, 10 is really greater than 1, so 10 will gonna be print. After that 9 is greater than 1, 8 is greater than 1, 7 6, for 5 also, for 4 also, 3 also, 2 also. Now it's come to the point, so I write is equals to also here, if you can see here. So I write two operators, I is greater than or is equals to 1. So is equals to 1 means the 1 is also gonna be print here. So what happened? 0, because 0 is not greater than or is equals to 1, so it will not print. But it changed the value, because I already told you, when you are running this condition here, this one condition here, so 1 is greater than or is equals to 1, after that this is gonna be, after it's printing the value of 1, this statement is also run, right? So the value of j is gonna be 0. So if I print j after the loop, so the j value is gonna be 0. So it's time to print j after the loop. So j value after the loop. So what is the value of j after the loop? And we should have to check first here, and we will check this later. So we should have to check this first. 10 to 1. So let's run the program. So now you can see it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so let's remove the comment and run it again. So now you can see j value after the loop is 0, because I already told you that j is gonna be decrease the value by 0 also. So for this we got only these values, but after the loop will complete, we received j as 0. So I hope you guys really enjoy this while loop lecture. So that's it for this lecture. Hello, hi there. So in this video lecture we are going to talk about do while loop here. So in do while loop we just have to write the condition after the do, and we must have to initialize the variable here. We must have to initialize or declare the variable outside the do while, and we increase or decrease the value inside the do while. Okay, so this is the syntax for do while loop, and don't forget to write semicolon here. This is very important when we are talking about do while loop. Okay, so it's time to create some example here. So I think I should have to create a starts from 1, and in while condition a is gonna be less than 10, and let's do something increment like a plus plus, and before a is gonna increase I should have to print the value of a here. So now what is going on here? We put the value 1 inside the a, then we print the value as 1, and after that we will increase the value plus plus, which means we increase the value by 1, and a is less than 10. So if a is less than 10, then condition will occur. So we already checked the following conditions, like, okay, so we know for 1 1 is less than or is equals to 10. 1 is less than 10, right? So it will print 1 2 3. 3 is also less than 4, is also 5 6 7 up to 9. And what happened for 10? So we already discussed about it. We used is equals to here, so it will run for 10 also. So I think we should have to run it. So now you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 here. Okay, so what happened if I put a is equals to a plus 2, right? Or you can also add something like a plus is equals to 2. It's a assignment operator, if you remember it. So you can put anything. Okay, so for now what is the output? Just think first, and after I will told you. Okay, so the output is 1, and we are increasing by value 2, so it's 3, and check the condition. 3 is less than 10. Okay, so yeah, it is less than 10. after we print 3, it will gonna be increased by 5. So let's check the condition. 5 of 5 will gonna be print. After 5 is gonna be print. Check the condition. So yes, it so we will run it again. So after we print 5, it's jump on this statement, and it is gonna be 7, and after that it check the condition, then run it again, print 7, and after it is gonna be 9, and check the condition, and it will print. After that 9 is printing, the a should be 11, right? But a should be 11 but not print. So the printing value is gonna be these, but the final value of a is 11. So let's run this and see. So now you can see 1 2 3, no sorry, 13579, 13579, yes. So I think I should have to check 11 is inside A or not. So system dot out dot print ln, and after loop is complete, after loop is complete, system dot out dot println and value of A. So it is gonna be 11 here, right? So let's run this again. So now you can see after loop is complete, 11 is here. So there is one more questions here, question put from do and while. Why programmers not using do while loop? Yeah, so this is the main reason I'm gonna to tell you why do while is not successful in every place, just like for and while loop. So suppose I am put the value of suppose A is 10, and we are gonna to check if A is less than 1, or I can say if, yeah, if A is less than 5, yeah, this condition is good, then do something, otherwise don't do something, right? Print ln. So now it's time to print. So according to you, what is the output first? So let's check first. So A is less than 5. So there is 10 is less than 5. Yes or no? No, it is not so. The answer is false, which means the condition will not run, right? But according to do while loop, how it will work, it will work from the top to bottom down approach. So first it will print the A value, then it will check the condition for run it again or not. So what happened here, it will print the 10 first time, after it will check. So now you can see it will print the 10 first time, after that it will check. So that's why the do while loop failed, because it runs for the first time without checking the condition, because the condition is written after the block of statements. So it even doesn't matter what you are writing here, or the condition is true or false, it will run for the first time. So this is the reason why do while loop is not using when you are developing some good software. You must have to use while or for loop, and for loop is much more easier than while, because we write 3 steps in the same line. So I hope you understand all of the concepts very well. So that's it for this lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about brief statement. So why and what is brief statement? Suppose we just have to uh, go out of the scope if some condition is true or some condition is false. So let's do this by using some example here. So I think I should have to use for loop, and for loop up to 10, and so what I am doing here, I am creating a for loop which starts from 1 and up to 10, and it is an increment, right? So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, it's totally run up to 10 times. So it's time to print the value for I. So yeah, so I just have to use if. So suppose I just want to tell the compiler, okay, so go out of the block if value is greater than something like 6. Okay, so I must have to, how I tell the compiler, so I have to create the condition as if I is greater than 6, then you must have to use break. So I told you go out of the block. So what is the block here? This parenthesis is the block. I already told you this is the block. When okay, so what is going here? So this is the block. The curly braces open and curly braces close is the block of the statements. Inside we write the block of the statements here. So in this breath we are gonna to tell the compiler just go out of this block and it will not print after the sets, right? So go out of the block if value is greater than 6. So let's run and see it. The output will come as 1 2 3 4 5 6 and will not print out of okay. So why it will print 7? So why it will print 7? Because I didn't tell before, I tell after printing. So if I remove this and write here, so now run it again, because we check the condition after the 7, right? So now you can see. So what is happening when I do this in the previous this? So it is happening here. So yeah, we check this for 1 2 3 4 5 6. So 6 is going on also here, but what happened when we are going for 7? So in this case this 7 is also gonna be print because the break statement is written after the printing statement. That's why it is also written in the 7. So I hope you are not confusing here. So I hope you guys understand, and I think we should have to create one more block statement, brave statement, to understand much more. So suppose I should have to break the loop when I is gonna be 3. Okay, and it's time to print system dot out dot print, and I am gonna to print something like 3 plus I. So what is the output? You can do anything, whatever you like, 3 minus plus multiply divide, whatever you like. So what is gonna be output here? So just for one, so for one it will check 1 is equals to 3, so it is not, it will not run and go to this. So 3 plus 1 is 4, and for 2, so 2 is not is equals to 3, so it will run for system.out.print. So 3 plus 2 is 5, and for 3, so 3 is equals to 3, yes it is. So it break the loop for loop and tells the compiler you must have to go out of this for loop block. So what is the output here? The output is 4 or 5. Let's run this and see. So now you can see the output is 4 and 5 here. So I hope you guys understand the concept of brave statement here. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture we are going to talk about continuous statement and what is the use of continuous statement. So we already know about brave statement. Brave statement tells the compiler to run out of the block, but the continuous statement tells you must have to jump for the one time. So it's time to create by using for loop here also. So I plus plus, okay. So if I is equals to 4, then write continue and the semicolon, and otherwise print system.out.println. So what is going on here? So the output of this for loop is gonna be like, okay, so in first case when I is 1, it checked with the 4. So I is not is equals to 4, so I will gonna be print for 2 is also not is 4, and 2 is gonna be print by using this print statement for 3 also. And what happened for 4? So if 4 is equals to 4, yes it is, so the continuous statement will run, and continuous statement tell the compiler run, or you can say jump out of the block. It is not jumping, it is jumping by just ignore one time, right? It is jumping out of the block and run it again, right? So what is going on here? It will not access the what you are writing after this statement. It then run one more time. Okay, so the thing is, after you are writing, after something you are writing, some statements you are writing after the continue, it will totally ignore by the compiler. So what is going on here? It is jump again on the loop and just doing for 5, and so 5 is equals to 4, so it is not. Then do for 6, then do for 7, 8, 9, and last one is 10. So here is the output when you are using continue. So let's run this and see. So now you can see 1 2 3, and 1 2 3, after that we have 5, not 4, 3 then 5, and 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so I hope you guys understand the concept of continue. And here I write one more condition also here by using or. So okay, so not confusing you for now, I am gonna to use another if for now. You can also write same, you can also use this in this same by using or operator. Or we already know about logical or operator, because the if is based on true or false boolean value. So and the or operator, if there is any condition is true in logical or operator, then it will return the true. We already discussed about those things in if and else part and logical part. So it's time to run the code, and I think here we don't receive any 7 yet. So 1 2 3 5 6, we don't receive 7. So I think I should have to do something here. Okay, so or I double is equals to 8, and I should have to write this into parenthesis, space here. The space is totally depend up to you, you must have to use it or not. So this space is good if the condition is too much here. Okay, so I am writing two conditions here. So if the I is gonna be 4, then jump. If the I is gonna be 8, then jump. So in this case we will not get two values here, we get only 1 2 3 and 5 6 7 and 9 or 10. So if 4 is equals to 4, yes, then continue, then it will jump and don't read this statement, right? So it will jump, and for 8 also it will jump. So we got this output. Let's run this again and see the output. So now you can see 1 2 3 1 2 3 5 6 7 9 and 10 here. So I hope you guys understand the concept of continuous statement, and that's it for this lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about if else. So what is the if else? So the use of if else is when we are talk about condition. If condition is true, then we have to do something, and if condition is false, we have to do other thing, right? So it is just like a ternary operator we are talking about. So it's time to write the code first. So if else, so this is the basic syntax of if else statement here, and where we put here we put condition. So this is the basic syntax for if else. So it's time to do this by using some example here. So So first we are only talk about if statement, then we talk about if else. So if a is greater than 0, then print system dot out dot print ln and just print a here. Okay, so what is happening here? So if a is greater than 0, which means if 10 is greater than 0, right, then if statements will run, statements will run, right? So yeah, 10 is really greater than 0. So what will happen now? Let's run this and see. So we say print a, right? So it will print 10 for us. Okay, so now you can see it will print 10. Or I will also tell something like a is greater, whatever you just have to tell, whatever you write here, it will print, right? So now you can see, and so now we are gonna to change this value something like 11. So now 10 is greater than 11. No, it is not. So the thing is, then if statement will run, okay, so it is condition is false here, so the if statement will not run. It's only run when this condition is true. So now you can see, you cannot see anything here, but what happened? So there is one more thing here. So the basic thing is I already told you about. So when we are using relational operator, it will return true or false. So what happened if I put true here? What happened if I put true here? Just pause this video and think yourself first, and I will tell you the answer. So if you are thinking the the statement will print, then you are right, because if condition only runs when the condition is true. So now you can see a is greater. So this is the example for only if. So let's time to do by using if else, right? So let's create some another example here. Int a is equals to 20 and int b is equals to 30, and it's time to create some more variable here, c, and inside c we put value later. Okay, so you can also, you don't have to put value inside c, you can value put it on later. So by default it's a, we can say it's an empty container, empty variable, or we can say it's an empty variable is good as compared to empty container, right? So it's time to if else. Okay, so it's time to create a condition for us. So if a is greater than b, then c is equals to a, right? Because we want greater number here, and otherwise b. So what we will want in c, we want greater number, right? We want greater number between two, right? So what it will happen here, we are putting value in c, then we are gonna to print system dot out dot print ln, or we don't need any c also here, because we already know if a is greater then we then directly print a here, if b is greater we then directly print b here. So I think we don't need any extra variable here. So now you can see what is happening here. A is really greater than b. No, 20 is not greater than 30. So what will be the output? This condition is false here, and this will run. So when this condition runs, b print, b means 30 print, right? So let's time to run. Now you can see 30 is printing here. So what happened if I change this condition? Okay, so what happened? It says if a is less than b, then it will print. Yeah, it is, so it will print. So what it returns? It returns the small between those two values, right? So it will return 20. So here is the all about if else. You can try by using others condition also, or I think I should have to try by using not also. So because it is totally based on true false, so what do you think, what it will return? Either a or b, either 20 or 30, either 20 or 30. So just pause this video and think first. I am telling you later. So yeah, if you are guessing it will print 30, then you are right, because the thing is this condition is gonna be true. But what here, if we put exclamation mark here, it will says it is false. Return change into false, and false means this will not print, this will print. So let's run this once again. So now you can see 30 here. So this is all about if else, and we will continue this if else as much more. So that's it for this video. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about if else. So this is just like if else, but there is much more. So what happened there in this basic if else statement here or syntax here, we can put only one conditions. For this, what happened if we want to add some multiple conditions here? So we then use one more thing is else if, then here are the another condition. Okay, so now you can see we got two conditions, condition number one, condition number two, and if they both are wrong, then else part will run. Okay, so this is the basic syntax for if else. So it's time to create some example here. Okay, I think I totally used int a so many times, so I think I should have to try something new here. Okay, so 5 and 12 here, and if a is less than b, then if I think I should have to create one more variable here. Okay, so I think it's 10. I have to put condition something like this is not true. This is okay, so is okay, yeah. C is greater than b also. Okay, hello world, or here I write something called ABC, and here I write something XYZ. Okay, and I format is all of this here. Now yeah, it is more readable than previous. It's totally depend up to you. You can add spaces, it doesn't even matter, because the thing is compiler doesn't even read any white spaces. It reads what is the termination of this of the statement, right? So it read the end of this line by using this semicolon. So now it's time to check what is happening here. So if a is greater than b, but a is not greater than b, because 5 is not greater than 12, so what is going on here? This condition gonna be false. after this condition is false, it's jumped to the compiler will jump to the another condition here. So 10 is greater than 12. No, it is not. So what happened? The compiler jump into the else part. In the else part, what we will have? We will have x, y, z, and we can also write multiple multiple statements here. Suppose x, y, z, 1 to 3. X, y, z, and 1 to 3. It's totally depend up to you. You can write anything. You can write n number of statements here, or you can also do some mathematics here also. So suppose int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to 20. But int a and b is not declaring here because we just have to declare this already up here. So I think we should have to do something like int result result is equals to a plus b and then print result. So now you can see it's a 17 because 5 plus 12 is 17. So it's totally depend up to you what you have to do in if or else part, right? So I'm removing this again. It's just for you guys. So what happened if I change this condition as a is less than b, and this is the same as these both are same as previous. So is really a is less than b. Now check this out. 5 is less than 12. Yes, it is. So what will happen here? It will return true. So the first condition is run and it doesn't go anywhere else. So if this happening, these both are not running. Hello world. Okay, so just undo this one time here. And what happened if I change this condition as, okay, so first check from the above, because compiler runs if statement first, after it run else if, and after then it run else. So now it's time to check for if first. So a is greater than b. So 5 is greater than 12. No, it is not. So let's check the another condition. C is less than b. So 10 is less than 12. Yeah, it is. So the answer is true here, because this is the relational operator and it will return true. If it will return true, the condition is true here. If condition is true, then the statements will print inside the curly braces. Statement will print. So ABC will gonna be print here. Okay, so now you can see. So this is all about if else. So this is the basic syntax of if else. If you must have to know the syntax, you can do anything, right? So I think that's it for this lecture. For more than two conditions, then we can say it is a if else later. So let's try this out. So before I start, if I think I should have to create some variable as 10, and after that I have to write condition if 10 double is equals to 10. If a double is equals to 10, then print 10 is present, or you can print anything. 10 is present in a. Okay, so 10 is present in a, and in else just copy and paste the same as above for 2 or 3 times, whatever you like. And in else part I say wrong input. Okay, so 20, 30 and 40. 20, 30. Okay, so what is happening here? So if I remove 1, so now you will see we are checking the conditions here. If a is equals to 10, then it will print this statement. If it is 20, then it will print this statement. 20 is present in a. If 30 is present in a, and if 40 is present in a. If all are wrong, what it will print? It will print wrong input, right? So just run it for 1 because we check all the conditions and it will print wrong input here. So now you can see it will print wrong input because all 4 conditions are gonna be false for this. So what happened if I write to 30 here? Okay, so now you can see. So we can also add 2 conditions also here. So is gonna be 30, right? Or is equals to 40. So either it's time to EITH here, either 30 or 40, and I think it's time to remove this condition also here. So before I already told you, if we are checking 2 conditions, we must have to write the inside the parenthesis because to avoid error, because they don't know what it will check first, this or either with this. So I create the conditions between parentheses. So it's time to run it again. So we put 30 here, so I think either 30 or 40 is present in. Okay, so let's change to 40. So now you can see same statement because we also checking it for 40. So this is the all about if else later, and where we put more than 2 conditions, and it doesn't even depend how much conditions you can put here. You can up to n number of conditions, you can up to n number of if else thesis, whatever and how much thesis you want, you can do in this if else later. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about nested if else. So what is the nested if else? If we already familiar about if else. So if we are put if else inside if else, it is called nested if else. So let's jump on to the syntax first. So syntax is just like this is the basic syntax for if else. If we put condition inside condition, you can also print else part here also, and in else we can also put condition here. It's totally depend up to you. You must have to use either in if part or either in else part, or you can also use in both of the part. And inside this suppose you want some other condition, you can also put some other condition here, but I am not confusing you for now. I hope you understand. You can also put one more condition here, but I think 2 is enough to understand the nested if else, right? So it's time to comment all of this. This is the syntax of the nested if else. So let's jump on to the some example here of a is equals to 22, and I think a is equals to 22 and b is equals to around 15. Yeah, that's it. So if a is greater than b, then what we will do, we will do if statement and check if a is also greater than 20, then print system dot out dot print ln a is greater than 20 here. Otherwise in else part you can say system dot out dot print ln is less than 20. Or in else part, suppose if a is not greater than b here, then we will check if, so it means b is greater than a, right? If this condition is false, what happened? B is greater than a, simple. So if b is greater than 10, right, so it will print. Okay, so I am just copy paste this syntax here. So b is greater than 10, or yeah, It's totally depend up to you how many theses you want. So I don't write anything else in the else part here. So what it will return, if this condition is false and b is something like 5, or so, it will not print, because we don't write anything else here, or we don't write anything here also, system.out.print, so it will not return. Okay, so first talk about this example. So what is here? So the condition is a is greater than b, so 22 is greater than 15, right? So the condition is true. So when the condition is true, it jumps onto the this statement here, and check if a is greater than 20. So 22 is greater than 20, yeah it is. So what it happening here, it will print this statement, this single statement here, and ignore all of this, because we don't go else part. And for this, if this is the else part, so we don't go in the else part here, so it will only print this statement. So it's time to check a is greater than, yeah, so a is greater than 20, it will print successfully. So let's time to change some conditions here. Okay, so I think it's time to remove from 22 the 2 here. So now you can check here. So what is happening here? So so 2 is greater than 15, no it is not, so it will go on to the else part here, and in else part we only have if part here, right? So this will gonna to run first, and after this will run, and we go, the compiler will ask for the another condition as so b is greater than 10. So 10 is really great, so the 15 is really greater than 10, yeah it is. So what is happening here, b is greater than 10 will print. So now you will see. So there is one more thing I should have to tell you. What happened if I change the value as 20? So what happened if I change the value as 20? So now check it again. So we already know about it. 2 is not greater than 15. So the compiler will go for the else part. In else part we only have the statement as conditional statements, which is having a symbol if here. And in if we are checking condition as b is greater than 20, so 15 is greater than 20, no it is not. So it will not print anything here. If I run, it will not print anything, because we don't create else part. So I think it's time to create some else part here. Okay, so you can say b is less than 20, yeah. So we created else part here also. So let's time to run this code and see else part will run or not. Okay, so maybe it's open, yeah, it's running now. Okay, so b is less than 20, yeah, the else part is running. So what happened? So this is the question for you guys. What happened if I write system.out.print ln, and in inside I just write b, and so this is the task for you guys. First you must have to think about yourself first. So you must have to think it before I tell you the answer. So the answer is gonna be we already know about it. This condition is false, we don't update this condition, so the compiler will goes up to else part, and what it will print, it will print b here. And what is the value inside b? The value inside b is 15. Then first it will print 15, then after that it will print b is less than 20. So if you are thinking same as this, 15 and b is less than 20, then you are right. So now you will see. So suppose I should have to do some more thing here, because I told you in nested if else you can do anything else, right? Anything, whatever you can put condition inside condition here. So I think if you are totally understand what I am doing in this session, above session and this session, you are totally understand this one also. So we know this is gonna be to run in the else part, right? I am not changing condition for now. So it's time to change something, chat something like if b is 15, then print b is equal to 15. Okay, otherwise it will print b is less than 20. So what happening here? So we already know system.out.println b value is 15 here, right? B value is 15 here, and this statement is not true, so the compiler will goes to the else part, and first we print b is equals to 15, then there is the if part, and which is not run because 15 is less than 20. But then we will go in the another else part here, else inside else here, and the third part is here, third condition part is here, where we check if b double is equals to 15, which means we are checking b is equal to 15, then return true, otherwise false. Okay, so what do you think? It is really 15 because I already told you b is 15, so it will return this statement, b is equals to 15 here, and it will not go for the else part. So now you can see it will return 15 because we already print the value and b is equals to 15. So what happened here? If I change one more line, something 23. Okay, so 23. So now you see all of the condition here. So it's time to see by yourself what is going on here, and first tell yourself the output in your mind, and then I will definitely tell you what is the output. So if you are thinking the if condition is running here, then you are right, because the just remove this space here. Okay, so the thing is this condition is also false if your checking 2 is less than 23. Yeah, it is 2 is greater than 23, so it is not greater than. So we are going to run this else part here, and in else part we first print the 23 here, and after that this condition will run because b is if b is greater than 20, which means if 23 is greater than 20, then this statement will print. So b is greater than 20 and 23. So first line is gonna be 23 and another line is gonna be b is greater than 20. Let's time to run this code again. So now you can see here. So it is all about the nested if else. I hope you guys really enjoy this concept. This is the very much important concept when you are developing some bit software. So that's it for this lecture. So hello, hi there. In this video lecture we are gonna to talk about switch statement. So in switch statement we just have to check the condition. If the condition is true, then the condition will match the traces. If suppose the condition is equals to the trace number 1, then it will print the statement for trace first. If the condition or the value matches with trace number 2, then it will do some trace number 2. Otherwise, if condition doesn't match with anyone, so what we will print something which is called default, or we can run the default statements here. So these three dot represent statements, and we must have to write break every this is because if we don't add break here, it will run all this is at one time, right? So we must have to put break also here. So let's comment out this first, and let's create a variable. The above one we are discussing about is all about the syntax, right? So let's create a variable int a is equals to 1, and switch where we write inside a. So we know a is having 1, so if this, then we will say system dot out dot print ln, and we said it's a 1. Okay, so break the this here and duplicate it for 5 times. So 1 2 3 4 and 5 here. So let's write 2 3 4 and 5. Put break on the next line. So okay, so should I also reformat by using right click here? So where is the reformat? Okay, so there is code cleanup. Okay, for this analyze. Okay, so it will not do. Yeah, I will do it manually, don't worry. Okay, so now what is going on here? So suppose a is matched with the first trace, so it will print 1 here. If it will match with another, the second trace, it will print 2, otherwise it will print 3 if matches with 3, if matches with 4 and 5. But here I don't write default for now, because I already know it's a 1, right? So let's run this. So you can see it's a 1. So suppose if I write if I add inside, if I put 4 inside a, then what is the output? According to me it's 4, and you can say if this number 4 will run, the 4 will print, right? Okay, so what happened if I entered sits here, and there is no place for sits, right? So if you run this, nothing will print, or maybe it shows error. So let's run. Okay, so nothing will print because we don't define anything for sets yet. So we have to define if theses are not matched, then tell something like system.out.print wrong input. Okay, so if suppose the value is greater than 1 2 3 or 4 or and 5, so it will says it's a wrong input here, right? So if user does not enter, or if someone does not enter 1 2 3 4 5 anything else according to these 5 values, then it says wrong input, right? You can check by using by writing the value as 10 here also. So now you can see the wrong input. So let's take one more example. Just comment all of this here, and let's make a example for days, right? For days in a week, right? So days just like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay. So if 1, then Sunday will return. If 2, then Tuesday. If 3, Wednesday. If 4, Thursday, and so on. So let's make some example. Let's make some switch this statement here. So I think day is equals to suppose 2, in the starter, and I put the day here, and if this one, then what it will return? It will return Monday. So system.out.println, and I should have to write break also. Break is necessary when you are creating some switch this, when you are creating switch this program, or you can say when you are creating some program using switch this, right? So without break, if we don't add break, we can also see after I complete this example first. Okay, so Monday, then in the second one Tuesday, and in the third one we got Wednesday here, and in the fourth one we got Thursday here, in the fifth one we got Friday here. I should have to remove this value, I don't know why it, yeah. Okay, so here, and so now you can see we create R4, or otherwise if this value is not upper, then say wrong input. If we don't add between the value as 1 to 7, then it will say wrong input, right? So now you can see here we just have to add some value inside. So suppose if I write 3 here, I think I should have to comment this one. So what, maybe I write the wrong spelling for Thursday, okay, and Friday. So yeah, you can also write, check the spelling, okay. So if we add 3 in the day, and according to me it will print Wednesday here, right? So we already run the program, and now you can see it's a Wednesday. So what if I at day is equals to 6, then according to me it will print, go to the 6th this, and it will print Saturday here. So now you can see. So what happened? So it's time to talk about break here. So what happened if I remove break from here? So if I remove break from here, it will print the Saturday first, then it will go to the another this and print Sunday also here, because we don't tell a compiler to just stop after Saturday. So what break will do? Break will do tells the compiler. So break will do tells the compiler to stop the code and run out of the block. So what is run out of the block here? So now you can see what is this. So when we are talking about, we already talked about if here. So you know, so when we are talking about something like this parenthesis, so not parenthesis, when we are opening some curly braces and ending some curly braces here, so this is the block. So this is what is this is the block, right? This is the block. So if we add break here, in every statement, so it will tell you must have to go out of the switch. So that's why it's neat. But why we don't put anything in the default after in the default session? We don't have to write break here. The reason is because the default is we write default in the end of the thesis. Just like if else, we write the else part in the end. So we don't have to write break here. We can write break also here, but I don't think so. It is useless. It is useful here. It is a useless thing if you are writing break here. You can write anything else. You can also write break here, but it is not necessary, right? So just run it again, and if I put break here, now our answer is Saturday. So let's time to jump on to the another question. So what happened if I remove every break statement, and So and put, I think I have to put break here also, which is gonna be confused. So what do you think, how many values and how many days is gonna be print if I insert day as one and starting from the place one, right? So just think yourself in your, so I will definitely tell you, just first think yourself and think the answer first. So if you are thinking it's some Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, then you are right, because the thing is, in Monday we don't have any break statement here. So now you can see, the thing is in Monday we don't add any break statement here, so it will go to the Tuesday here, and in Tuesday we don't add any break here also, then it will go to the Wednesday here, and in Wednesday we don't have add any break here also, so it will go to the Thursday here, then there is a break, so it's totally go out of the block, so out of the switch, and it, those statement will not run. So these are four outputs we will see: one, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So now you can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So I think you guys really like this switch this statement. So that's it for this lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are gonna to talk about function and its types. So how we can create a function, and what is function? So the function is a block of statement. So it is just like the main is also the function, and it, in main we write something which is called as block of statement or statements. So how we then create a function? So first we then see the syntax of the function. So we must have to type data type here, just like you can add you can write anything, void, int, boolean, etc. Then after name of the function, so I am just writing anything what I, you can just write anything here, it's totally depend on you. So now you can see, so void name function, and you must have to write the parenthesis open and close. So why it given me an error? Because I write the function inside the function, which is not acceptable. So you must have to write the function outside the main function, right? So in Java, if you have to write function, you cannot add the function inside the main function, right? So but we can declare variables and statement, we can use for loop here, we can use if else switch, anything here, but the function cannot be declared inside the function. You must have to note that thing. And so what we need here, first we write the data type, and after we write name of the function, right? So this is the data type of the function, or you can say it's a return type. Okay. Return type of function, and this is the name of the function, and in here we then write something which we have to run, or which we have to do. So I think I should have to, I can change the function name as print my name. Okay, and I am writing here my name, system.out.println, and you can write your name if you are doing with me. So I am writing my name here, and this is comment, so this is ignore. So how we can run the function inside the main? So it's time to run the function. So this is called call the method, or we can say call the method, or you can also say call the function, right? So how we can call the function? Just copy here the function name and paste here, and now you can see print my name, and you have to write this and this. But just what is error here? We already defined print my name here, but it cannot be defined because we must have to define the function before the main, because I already told you the compiler in Java work from top to down approach. So you must have to define the function above here, and now you can see print my name. Now you can see there is one more error here. So static content, static non-static method. So in Java you must have to write the static keyword also. For now just remember the static keyword. So if just note that one thing: if you are calling function inside the static function, you need to define function as static, right? So I am calling my print my name inside the main function, which is written with using static. So I also must have to write static here. Static is not necessary, but for now you must have to understand what is static doing here. We will gonna to talk about it later in the class session, where we learn more about class. So for now you just put public static, or you can put static here, right? So it's time to run the main code and check our function or my name will print or not. So print my name will run or not. So build in. So now you can see my name is print here, and you can also create number of functions. So I am gonna to create one more function here. So print sum. So print sum. In sum I am gonna to write something like a is equals to 10, int b is equals to 20, and I'm gonna to print the sum of those value. Okay, so those value around a plus b. You can also do a plus b here, or you can store the value as int c. In c, int c is equals to a plus b, or print c here also. So it's time to call another method here. So what is the method name? Print sum. So now it's time to run it again. So here is the another example of function. So now I hope you understand the function well. So there are the 4 types in function. So the first one is we are gonna to learn about return type, no return type with no argument, and the another type is return type with no argument, and the third type is no return type with argument, and the fourth type is return type with argument. So what is return type and what is argument here? So first understand this thing, and in the next lectures I will separately make this, or I will separately tell you all of this one by one. So first, what is the return type here? So return type is, I already told you about, this is the return type. Void is the return type here, and in this function this is the return type void, and void is the null. Basically we don't return anything here. And arguments, what is the argument here? In this case there is no argument here, in this case there is no argument here, but in main method we have an argument as string array. This is array, and we are passing string arguments here. So just don't just forget about array for now. Just there is a one argument, right? If I just add multiple argument here, you must have to write comma and int a, something like. So there is a simple one argument here. So I think that's it for this lecture. I will continue telling you these 4 types in the next lectures. So hi there. In this video lecture we are going to talk about no return type with no argument. So in no return type, we must have to write the function as static void, and the function name as add two numbers, and here we don't write any parameters, or we can say here we don't write any arguments. So it's a no argument, sorry, it's a no argument. And we are using void means null. What is the meaning of void means null, and it will return nothing. So in this we are gonna to do something like int a is equals to 5, int b is equals to 10. You can also write on the same line because the semicolon is here. System.out.println and a plus b. So it's time to run this in the call the method in the main method. So let's run this. So now you can see the output as 15. So basically I said it will return nothing, but it show the 15 on the screen, but I said it will return nothing, right? So what is happening here? When you are calling method, the statement will gonna be print, right? But if you have to do some return thing, I will definitely tell you in the next lecture what is the return type. So in the type 2 we are gonna to learn about return type with no argument. So I hope you understand the concept of this type 1 here first. So in here we are basically using no return type as void and no argument because there is the empty. So that's it for this video lecture. Let's go on to the type 2 in the next lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about type 2. So in type 2 we have to create a function which is having return type with no argument. So let's time to create a function static and type as int and the function name as subtract and with no argument, right? So why it give me error? So now you can see if you go to the here, it says add return statement, right? Or you can make as void. So now you can see here, or now you can see here. So basically we just have to return the int value here. So let's do the first subtract two number first. So int a is equals to 20 and b is equals to 10, and int result is equals to a minus b, yeah. Okay, so the answer is gonna be 10 here. So we must have to return result. Why we are returning result here? Because the result is integer type and we say we must have to return as int value. So I declared three variables as integer type. If I declare this into double, and if I try to return some double, if the return type is int but I am returning double, so it will give me an error. And now if you go to the bulb and click here, so it says you must have to change by using explicit type conversion or make the subtraction method to static double subtract, right? So I am just removing. You must have to make sure that what you are returning the type is the same as the return type. So I think it's time to check the value is returning successfully or not. So system dot out dot println. So yeah, the function I am gonna to call function here. So how I call the function here? So first I should have to try something else first. After that I will tell you. You can also call the function here because it returns the value as int. So subtract function will return value as int, right? So we will, okay, so I didn't print. Okay, so now run it one more time here. So it will return the value as 10 integer, and we stored it into res, and we will print it on the screen, system.out.print res. So let's run this and see the output. So now you can see it's a 10. So basically we can also write the subtract method inside here also, because it returns integer and we already know about it. We can also print it directly integer in the system.out.println. So let's run it again. So now you can see the value. So I think it's time to do something with string. So here is the another example. I should have to comment this one first. Okay, yeah, okay. So I said return string type as print my, okay, so not print my name, that my name, right? That my name. So here is the return type, and we don't have any parameter yet, so with no argument. So I stored name as in the name, so I am writing my name here. You must have to write your name here, right? So if you don't write your name here, how you can learn something new, right? So you must have to write your name. So if I try to print, I will not gonna to print here. I just have to return the name from this method to the main method. So I stored my name in the name variable and return as name. So I am writing system.out.println and calling the method that my name here. Okay, so let's see it will print or not. So let's run the code. So now you can see my name is written in here. So I think I should have to remove some part from here. Okay, so understand one more important concept for now. So what we are doing here, we are basically put the string value inside the name variable and return the string here. So what happened if I return it directly here? Because we don't need any extra variable. Basically what we are doing here, we are just returning the string, right? So we will directly return the string, right? So it's time to check it is correct or not. So run it again, and now you can see the string is print successfully. It is totally anything else. Suppose I am writing hello world or something else. This is the string and we are returning string, and with that string here, and when we get string here, the system.out.println is used to print anything. It is a just number or a string or a decimal value. So you can see here output is also coming when I run the code. So that's it for this type 2 return type with no argument. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about no return type with arguments. So let's time to create the function by using no return type. So we already talked about the void is the null type, so creating function as name, or you can write anything here. So I will print like print name is the good name for the function. So here we must have to write setup, and after I write no return type means void and the name of the function and with argument. So I think I should have to define argument type as the name, or you can also add a number here also if you want to add some number. So I am just creating by single argument for now. So what we can do with this name, and how we can that name here. So when we are calling function as print name, it will take a argument or a parameter as type of string or name. So you must have to write something here. Okay, so I am writing my name here. You can write your name here. So now you can see it will take name in this name variable. Okay, so how we can access name here. So it's time to print the name value here. So what is going on here? So when you are calling the function and passing the argument as the string value, in string value I am passing my name as Aniket, and the function is gonna be read the value as name here and tells the system.out.print to print the name on the console. So let's time to check our name is print on the console or not. So it is running here. So now you can see my name is print here. So let's take the another example. Just comment out this one and remove this. So now time to do some math operation here. So void sum of three numbers. So in this we will take three argument, because I already tell the function as name add of or the sum of three numbers. So int a, int, or you can say int n1, int n2, int n3. I think this one is the best, and number 1, number 2, and number 3. Okay, so I didn't write any body yet. So int result is equals to number 1 plus int number 2 plus number 3. So I stored the result of the three numbers inside the result and print result. So it's time to call the function here. So call the function. So when we are calling the function, we just have to write the same name of the function and write curly braces open and close, and inside curly braces open and close we must have to write number of parameters we have passed here. We must have to write number of parameters here. So I am writing as 10, 20, and 30. So now you can see I am passing three arguments here. As the first one is 10, which means n1 value is gonna be 10. And the another one is 20, which is the n2 value is 20, and the third one is 30. So the n3 is 30. So it's time to run and check the final output is result as sum or not. So let's run this. Now you can see the output is 60. So here you can also do for two or more values also. So that's it for this function type, no return type with argument. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about return type with argument. So let's make some example here. Static, and we said return type, so we must have to type some data type here, not void here. So I am writing int for now and doing multiplication of two numbers, NAMBERS numbers, right? So I already say with argument, right? So with argument means we must have to put argument here. So I am writing number 1 and int number 2. So now you can see the return type is int and the argument is number 1 and number 2. We will take two arguments here, and now you can see it give me error because I didn't return anything yet. So let's go to the inside and write result is equals to number 1 multiplied by number 2. and it's time to return the value of result here, and it's time to call the function inside the main method. So let's copy the name of the method and paste it here, and inside if we go here, it tell us we must have to write or we must have to add two parameter in the we added two parameter inside this, so we must have to pass two values. So I am passing 2 and 5. So what happened here, it will return but not print. We are not using anything here like system.out.print, so I think we have to store the result in the new variable as c, or we can also direct print on the system on the screen by calling the method inside the print ln. So first run this, then after we can do some changes. So run this, and it's time to check the so the new output is 10 here, and 10 is 2 multiplied by 5 is 10. So now you can see we can also run this same thing inside the system.out.println, because basically what we are doing here, we are just getting the integer type value and we are storing it into C, then we will print. So we can directly print inside the system.out.print. So it's time to run it again. So now you can see the output is 10 here, and one more thing is here we can also do the same thing. What we are doing here, we are using result as the another variable, and we are returning the value, we are storing the integer value in the result, then we are returning the result, right? So we then use this num1 and num2 here directly. We don't have to store the value, and remove the extra spaces from here. Okay, so it's time to run the same function once again. Okay, so now you can see the value is 10 here, and it's time to make one more example here. Static int add 4. Okay, let's time to change the value as double, right? Add 4 numbers. So where we just when we are talk about double, we must have to write double numbers, right? Double n1 n2 double n3 double n4 and this, and in result we must have to write result result n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4. So in this case we take 4 double parameters or double arguments here, and we are gonna to return 4. We are gonna to return sum of these 4 argument in the add 4 number, and the data type is double, and these data types are also double. So there is no error. If I change the data type as int, it will give me an error, or I can change this thing by using int here. So I think I should have to try this and run this by using system dot inside the system.out.print and see what is the output here. So add 4. So I am gonna to use some value like 1.2 and 2.1. Okay, so I am gonna to use as first decimal point 0 values for not confusing you here. So now you can see I am adding 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 and 4.0. So what is the output if I add this? So basically if I'm gonna to add this value in calculator, the answer will be 1, 3, and here is the 6 and here is the 10. So the overall answer is 10.0. So run this once again here, and now you can see the output is not 10, it's a not the 10.0 as we assumed. It's a 10 because why? Because we told it's an integer type, and if we remove this int from here and we change this as double, then the answer will be in double. So now you can see the answer is in double. So you can also do explicit typecasting, and you can also change the values here. Suppose you are doing some double, you are doing something or find some double result here, but you don't want to get double, or you just want to return int values. So right, you can use explicit. So that's it for this function type 4, return type with argument. We have changed the size of the container, because in when we are talk about the symbol value of integer, we are just getting the symbol value, but in array we can store multiple integers value, right? So here is the way how we can store the values inside the array. So now you can see here. So the first element we store inside the array is 40, and the second element we store inside the array is 55. The arrays goes up to n, and it is not defined how much, you want. You can add elements here, right? It's totally depend up to the user, or it's totally depend up to the programmer, right? So in here we store 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9 elements. So here we store total 9 elements, and how we will access? We will access the elements by using this index 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So this is called array indexes. So the if I have to access this element, I must have to write the first, right? So what is going on here? So this is the n number of element, total 9 elements, and the index is gonna be start from 0 and end up to n minus 1. You must have to remember the n minus 1 formula when we are talking about array, and arrays start from 0. So this is all about the array, or we can say this is all about the single dimensional array. We will definitely talk about 2D array in this session also. So I think that's it for this video lecture, where we understand what is an array and why we use array. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to create an first array here. So there are the three ways to create an array. So here is the first and the simple way I am going to tell you first. So you must have to write int. So we are going to create int array here, int type array here. So I am writing the variable name as you must have to write new here, and int this, because it represents the bunch of elements, right? You can say it, right? Or I already told you, you can add how value up to n number of values here. So now you can see we are creating our first array here. So int arr is equals to new int uh, square bracket open and square bracket close, and in the curly braces you must have to write your elements by using separation of comma. So we got 1 2 3 4 5 and total 6 elements here. So it's time to print our first array. So system.out.print arr. So now run this and see what will happen here. So now you can see if we are try to print the array, it will not print array, right? What is it is gonna be print here? It is not the similar answer as we try to print here. So now you have, if you have to access some element here, I already told you about it. you cannot directly access the element. You must have to use index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or how many elements is here. So there is total n. For in this case n is 6 because we have number of element is 6. So if we want to access the first value here, so the formula is n minus 1. So I am going to access first value. So the n is 1 and 1 minus 1 is 0. So if I write ARR of 0, which means 10 is gonna be print here. So let's run it again. And what is here? This is the base address, or you can say this is the garbage value. Okay. So now you can see the 10 is print. So what happened if I want to print 40? So what I write here? So 40 is on the which position? 1, 2, 3, 4. And 4 minus 1 means 3. So let's run it again. And now you can see the 40 is print here. So now it's time to there is the another way to create an array, second way. So it is little bit similar as the above one, but in this array you will just have to create an array first here. Suppose I am creating an array here as the name as ARR2. We can also use number, you already know about it, right? So ARR2 is equals to, suppose I just want to add element first here. So what I am gonna to use here, so int ARR2 is equals to new int 3. So we are creating a variable here, and we are telling the memory 3 please create a 3 block with please create a 3 array block, right? So we will access those 3 blocks and put the value one by one here. Okay, ARR2, not 2 because it is out of index. So now you can see we put all 3 value inside 0, 1 and 2. So what array is here for now? So here is this kind of array. So it's time to print the array value first here. Okay, so what happened if I print value 0 here and after I print value 0 here? So I think first I should have to print this value. So what it will print? Well, because there is the no value because we assign it later, right? So what it will print? So now you can see it tells, so what is going on here? It tells the compiler to please create an array which is having 3 element as 0, right? So even if you can access 1, 2 or 3, you can see the same result. So I am accessing the third element of this array by writing n minus 1 formula here. So now you can see. So after that, if I remove this and comment, remove this comment and print 0, and after that print the second element and the third element. Okay, so this is the first element, second element and third element. So 10, 20 and 30. So 10, 20 and 30. So here is the another way, and in the third way the thing was similar. So in the third way the thing is also similar. You must have to, you are creating the variable as array first and after you then assign it value later, or you can also add here if you don't want to. If you want to add, you can add here, or if you don't want to add, you can add it later. But you must have, when you are not adding value here, you must have to pass the size. If you are not passing the size here, how many memory allocation you need, then it will show you some error, right? So I am gonna do pass the array size here and gonna to put value. So now you can see, so it's time to print by using these two lines. Okay, so 3 remove the comment. It's time to run. So basically all methods are same, but there is, so now you can see 10 and 100 and 200. So basically all methods are same here. The difference between all of these are you can either put in a single line, you can create either array in a single line, or you can create it in the first line and assign the value later, or you can just declare it is array, but not given the memory allocation, or not given the container size, how much containers is gonna be bigger, right? You can define it later and put value later, or you can put here value also, but when you are putting value here, you must have to remove this size, right? So there are the three ways, or you can create by your own. After it is not compulsory to write or assign the value here. You can simply write statements between this also. So it is totally depend up to you how you can use it, right? You can also write something between this stuff, right? So let's run this once again. So this is the best way if you are creating the array in the starting and assign the value later. This is the good practice when you are developing some good software or a program, right? So I hope you can understand how we can create a array in Java. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about how you can print array using loop. So let's create an array first. So int arr is equals to new int of where we write value as 10, 20, 40, 50 and 60 and 70. Okay, so I create 7 elements here. So now you can see here is the elements. So why we need loop to print array? Because I already told you, we have to print the element here, we must have to repeat this statement one by one for the first element, for second, for the third, for the fifth, and so on, for the third, four, five, six, right? So what we will do here, we will do for loop, because I already told you in the for loop session, when we have to do some repetitive thing, then we will use loops. So I am gonna to use for loop here. You can also use while loop here. So I am gonna to use. So what is going on here? I already told you about array indexing starts with 0. So I am gonna to start I from 0, and I is less than. So how should I get the array length? So there is a function as dot length. So you must have to write the name of your array, then write the dot length here. So there is the function which calculates the array length. After that, I must have to increase the value of I. So now you can see here. Okay, so it's time to print the arrays element. So remove this and paste here. And what happened if I write I here? So when I write I here, it's start from 0, and I already told you it's start from 0. So our first element is gonna be print 10, because the array length is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So array length is 7, so this value is 7 here, right? So 0 is less than 7, we know that, so it's gonna be print. And 1 is also less than 7, 2 is also less than 7, 3 is also less than 7, 4 is also less than 7, 5 is also less than 7, and 6 is also less than 7, right? So I value it update for 7, but I value is update for 7, but it will not run this code again, because the value is updated but the condition fails, so it goes out of this, right? So these are the elements which is gonna be print when I run the code. So let's time to run the code. So yeah, now you can see. So what happened if I write -2 here? So what happened if I write -2 here? So it's time to change something like, okay, so the last value is gonna be 5 here. So how many elements is gonna be print now? So 10, because 0 is, so let's compare. 0 is greater than 5. Yes, it is. So 10 is gonna be print. Check for first. So yes, so I write 20 here. So for 2, so I write 30 here. And for 3, on the 3 we have 40 element. So on the 4, we have 50 on the index of 4, right? On, not in this position, on the index of 4 we have 50 here. So is this condition is satisfying? So 5 is less than 5. No, it is not less than 5, it is equals to 5, right? So this condition fails, and after this all conditions are gonna be fail, right? So it will not print others value. So it will print only those 5 value: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Or we can say it will print only these 5 elements of an array. These are the elements, right? So 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So I think I should also have to tell you, you can also use while loop. So it's time to go with while loop here. So I is less than arr dot length. Condition is gonna be similar here, and you must have to write same as the above one here, and increase the value of I here. So let's run this and check it will work for while or not. So now you will see 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, 60 here. So this is all about printing array using loops. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about print array using for each loop. So what is the for each loop first? So for each loop is going to iterate the element one by one from the array, and basically for each loop is used with array only. So it's time to create some array here. So I am going to create arr is equals to new int, and now I think I should have to create one more array for telling you. You can also create the array for string also. So let's first complete this for each for int, then after we are going to create the same array for the string. So let's write for, and inside what we have to write here, so we just have to write int I, or you can say int element, and the colon, then arr. So what is going on here? So if you look carefully, this is the int element where we access the element at every time when loop is running, and this loop don't need any condition and any iteration, any increment, right? So this is totally based for only, this is used, for each loop is used for array only. So it then access array elements one by one, or you can say it then iterate array element one by one, right? So it's time to print the elements here. So system.out.print element. So it is working same as for and while, but it is short syntax. So now you can see it shows the element here, and now let's do something with string. So okay, so create some string array here. So I said it's a fruits, right? So new string, and I say apple, orange, and mango, banana. Okay, so I write 4 fruits here. So it's time to print these 4 one by one. So in this case I should have to write string Why? Because all elements are in the string form and the array is also in the string, so I should have to write string here. So string, and I said it's a ele. You can write the variable name whatever you like, or whatever you want to write, right? So in this I'm gonna to print system.out.println and ele, because the element name is ele here. So let's run this. So there is the 4 outputs here, and now you can check the output as your array: apple, orange, banana, apple, orange, mango, and then after banana. Okay, so you can also write break here also. We already talked about it, but if you want to use it, suppose if you want to break the statement, if element is gonna be mango, then do break, right? Then what is gonna be here? So apple and orange will only print. Let's check this out. So now you can see. So I hope you guys understand uh, the concept of print array using for each loop, and you must have to understand all of this stuff also, because I already told you about it, break statement. So if you don't understand what is break, you must have to watch my previous lecture. So that's it for this lecture. So hello, hi there. In this video lecture, we are gonna to talk about 2D array, or we can say two-dimensional array. So first, how we can create 2D array. So it's time to create 2D array first. So let's write int. Let's write the variable name here, and new int as. So in 2D array, you must have to write two brackets to opening and closing of square brackets, and after that we must have to write elements here. So inside this element you must have to write something like this, and the thing is, the first element of the 2D array is 10 is the array, right? So in array we got another array, so which is having the element as 10, 20, 30, 40. So I'm gonna to add one more line here. So it's like 70, 80 or 90. So now we got this kind of array here. So basically at the first element of, so basically it is the array. Suppose understand this is the array, and in the first line or in the first index, or we can say it's a 0 index of the first array, and after inside this is the 0, this is the 1, this is the 2, and then for first this is the 1, this is the 0 element, or this is the first element, and this is the second element. So I think you are understanding well what I am saying here. So it's time to print, because if when we are printing array, it's clearing you what I am saying 0 or 1 here, and this is really much helpful when we are going to print array. So let's start with 0, because the array of the index is gonna be start from 0. So the array dot length, after that I write I plus plus. So I didn't print array directly here. Why? Because this array is having the first element which is also array, right? So what I do here, I create another for loop here. So let's remove the extra space and write j is equals to 0, and j is what? J is less than of I dot length. Then write j plus plus. So what is that meaning? So first understand what is going on here. So we already talked about how we can print array, right? So if we want to print the first element, we should have to write this, right? So here is the same thing is happening here. If we want to access first element, the loop is gonna be run for the first time, and the value is I of is 0, and for the first time we got here is the this we got here this element here, right? So when we put this element here, and we are basically putting this array as here, right? And then we check what is the length of this array. So it says the length of this array is 3, right? So in this case the array length is 3, and the above this the array length is what? So in this case the array length is 2, because we already know the main array is having 2 elements, and this array length is, so array of 0, we are just talking about 0, we are not talking about this, right? So length is 3. Now it's time to print the first value, or it's time to print the array elements here. So how we will print? We must have to write I, because we are accessing this first element, so we must have to write this value, and after that we use same bracket and write in j. So why I am writing j here? So if I want to access this element, I should have to tell this array. So how we will access this array? By using this. And how we will access the element? By using something like called this. So if I write the value 1 here, then we will access 20 element. If I want to get the 0 here, or the first element of the array, we have to write the 0 here. So before I think I should have to print it before run this. So it's time to print separately first here, after then I will run. So it is more clear to you what is going on here. So if I print the 0 0, so it, which means 0 element, and inside the 0 value, so you will see 10 is here. So what happened if I print 2? So 0 1 and 2 on the array of the 0th element, and the value is 1 2, so there is the second element, right? So it will gonna to print the last element here, 0 1 and 2. So the element is 30. So what happened if I write something 1 and 1? So what is going on here? It tells array go to the first element of the array, and in inside array go to the first element, so 0 and then 1. So it will gonna to be print 80. So yeah, 80 will print. So I hope you understand what is going on here. It's time to undo everything, and let's go back on here. So for this, the array length is 2 and the length is 3 here, and it will print for the first time for 10 20 and 30. And after that, if the value, or we can say loop, runs another time, because the length is 2, so for this it is gonna be 70 80 and 90 here, right? So it's time to run this thought. So now you can see the output here. So I just want to print output 10 20 30 and 70 80 90 as same as the above. So how should I do this? So I just have to remove this here, and write system dot out dot print ln. Basically what we are doing here, we are just telling the compiler to, we don't need any space here yet. So I think I should have to add some white space here also. So we are gonna to print our first element, then we add some white space here, then we tell we have to access the next line. So it's time to run. So now you can see we add the extra space here, and after the j loop is complete, after the first loop, inside loop, this is called inside loop and this is called outside loop. So after the first loop is complete, it says please remove go to the another line, or you can say end of the line, because I already told you this is the end of the line statement. So it says when the if the loop of I is gonna be run again, it is use the next line, right? So this is the way to create and print the two-dimensional array. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video session we are going to talk about strings in Java. So first of all, what is a string? So string is just like an array, and if you don't watch my array lecture here, you must have to watch this array. And one more thing is you must have to watch the user input, where we get the string from the user in the console. So you must have to watch this array session and user input video. So what is string here? String is a memory allocation. String is a continuous memory where we store characters, right? So suppose I am telling you by using some example here. So character C is equals to A, and if I want to add my, okay, just single quotes for character. So if I want to add my full name, I want to declare such variables here to add in my full name in the character, right? So what we will do here, we will store this name by using string, right? Without creating such variable, we can use a single variable as str and store all of the characters inside the string. Then suppose I want to access the only e here, then we will use index here, right? So because I already told you about string is just like an array. So if you want to access this first a, you have to tell it's a str of 0, or we can say it's a str of in at the 0th element. And if you want to access 1, if you want to access n here, you must have to write 1. If you access I, you must have to write the value 2, index value 2, right? So this is the all about string here. And how we can create string, it is the first way to create string, and there is one another way to create a string. So string, I think I should have to write some message here, and a new string, and you will enter something like hello world. Now you can see here why it show me replace the argument. Okay, now it's just a warning, but you can create by using this method also, because string is a class. We will discuss further more about it. Why? What is, because string is not the other data type like int, boolean, and float. String is a class, or in class when we call class, or when we are calling class, we must have to write new string. So we will furthermore discuss about classes also. So for now, you must have to remember this. There are the two ways for creating. This is the old one, I already told you, and this is the latest one. If we have to print the string, you must have to write system.out.println. So let's run. They both are gonna be print or not. So now you can see the first string is Anirudh str, and the another string message is hello world. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about character add function and length function. So how we can use it. So first we have to create the string here. So I am creating the string as hello, and why we use character add, right? So if I already told you, if we have to access the first element, we must have to write index here. So it's time to print the h by using index. So I am writing system.out.print str dot character at. So just if you write character at only, character at, so now you can see it says function type index here, right? Or index is in the type of integer. So index is in the type of integer because index is just like 0 1 2 3, it is not in decimal. So we are putting index for h, so we are putting index 0 here. So I think it will print h. So let's run this and check this out. Okay, so it's time to print something else here. So what happened if I put 3 here? So let's try this. H for 0, E for 1, L for 2, and the another L for 3. So I think it will print small l here. Let's run this again. So now you can see L will be print here. So it's time to print. So what happened if I have to print every single character one by one? So I should have to use for loop, right? So it's time to use for loop for this. So int I, or yeah, I is good, and because I am using 0 because the index of this h is start from 0 and less than. So how I can calculate the length? So in array we use as length length method, but in string you must have to remember, you must have to write parenthesis also here, but in array you don't have to write parenthesis, right? So when we are using, or when we are that the length for string, you must have to write those parentheses. Just remember this and don't forget it. Okay, so it's time to print. So I am copy and paste the previous one, and I should have to write I here because the I is starts from 0 and up to string length. So what is the length for this? Length for this is, so the length is 5 here, but index is 4 here, right? So I said less than length, which means it runs from 0, and less than length means it runs from 0 up to 4. So it is gonna be 0 to 4. So let's run this and see. Okay, so now you can see here our output will print hello. So I think you guys understand well character at and length. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about string concatenation and how we can do this. And what is the string concatenation first? Suppose if we have to add 2 or more string values in Java, then we will use string concatenation. So there are the two ways. The first way is we already discussed in for the integer, but we not discuss about the string here. So it's time to create the variable as string str1 and the another variable as string str2, where I store world here. So now you can see I am creating the first variable as str1, which stores hello, and str2, which stores world. So it's time to, okay, so I think I should have to print or store the value in the result here. So okay, system.out.println, and after that I will print result. Okay, so what I am doing here, I am storing the addition of str1 and str2 in the result, and then after I am printing the result. So it's time to run this. So when I run, you can see hello world, and now you can see we don't have any extra space here because we don't add any extra space. So what happened if I add some extra space between those? This is the extra space, one single character space, white space here. So let's run it again and see hello space world is here or not. So now you can see it's a extra space here, hello plus extra space plus void, right? So let's go to the another way here, and the second way, I think I should have to comment this one and use the same the above variable in the second way here. So int result is equals to, in this method or in this second way, we are going to use the inbuilt function concat, which is known as concat. So it is used to add in same as the above but without any extra space, because these are done by us, right? So it is basically used for only two strings. So for two strings, but you can use this first way for adding two or more strings, but in this case you must have to write two strings only. So it's time to print the result here. Okay, so let's run this. So now you can see the result as hello world. So how we can put space here? So I think I should have to write something like, because what is going on here, it will take string argument, so it doesn't matter what is the string is. We when if I add some string value here, it will take, right? So what we are doing here, we are just basically doing the addition of string. It is a dynamic addition which tells it is a string format, right? What happened if I add 5 or not 5? Okay, what happened if I add 5 here? It's not a string type, so then it will says it's an integer type error. So be careful when you are adding strings. So you must have to write strings. So now you can see. So that's it for this string concatenation lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about compare two strings in Java. So how we can do this? First, we have to create two strings here. So I am going to create two strings here first, as same as the above one. Okay, so hello. So I create two str1 and str2 variables here, where I put the hello, and both are same. So here is the first way to compare the string. So this is the basic by using the logical, or sorry, by using the relational operator. So this is the first approach. So if str1 is equals to str2, then we will print strings are equal, otherwise we will print strings are not equal. So let's run this and see it will work or not. So now you can see they both are equal. So it says strings are equal here. So if I change string something symbol or a small hello, or in the small letter of the first letter of this hello. So let's run it again. So now you can see strings are not equal. So let's undo this one time. Okay, and remove or comment this the first way here, and let's jump to the second way here. So in this case we are gonna use the function which is known as compare to, and in this function we basically put the value as str1 dot compare to str2, and if all strings are matches, it will return 0. So you must have to check this. So if str1 dot compare to is successful, then it will return what? It will return 0. Okay, so if if it is 0, then we will check with the 0, and if it is matches with 0, then it will return strings are equal. So let's run this once again here. So now you can see strings are equal. So what happened if I change the string value here? So it will not return 0, it will return some plus or minus value here. So let's see here, strings are not equal. So that's it for this video lecture. I hope you understand the concept of compare two strings. You can also compare the 3 or more strings here. So it's totally depend up to you. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about substring method, which is a part of string class. So let's time to do some example here. So what is the use of substring method here? If we want to read only some 2 or 3 characters between the whole string or between the whole of the paragraph, you can also print the L on the console without printing this whole sentence. So this is the use of substring. So let's create some example here. System dot out dot print, and you must have to write str1 first, then after you have to write substring. So before writing substring, let's see here. So in substring you can either put the int beginning element index, or you also add end index here. So there are the two methods here. The another one is optional here, and you can use any of them. So in when you are using the parameters, so if I put the beginning index as 0, so the paragraph is gonna be start from 0, and I want to end, I just want he, so I want to end it by 0 1 and before 2, so I write 2 here. So let's run this and see what is the output here. So now you can see it will print only 2 elements here. So you think it includes the 0 element but not include the second element. So here is the thing about, so the given index, when we are talking about, it's a include, or the end index is exclude. So what is the difference between include and exclude? When we are talking about exclude, it is n-1. so when you put some index here, so it's start from 0 but 1 and 2, so 2 is gonna be exclude because 2 is the end of the index for this substring function, and it is gonna be n-1, so which means the value is written only for one index, right? So if I think I should have to make some bit sentence or build here. So what happened if I want to print from LLO here, from this whole hello world? So what I should have to write here? So let's try this. So for H the index is 0, and for the E the index is 1, for L the index is 2, so I started from 2, and for the another L the index is 3, for O the index is 4, and for white space the index is 5. So I must have to write 5 here because I already told you must have to use exclude. So exclude is n-1, so it will print the last s4 here. So this will gonna be print when I write HLLO here. Okay, so let's run this once again. So yeah, so I hope you understand the concept of this two when substring, when we are passing two values here. So let's jump on to the another example by using symbol value. So system dot out dot println, and write same as the above, str1 substring, and now this time I am gonna to print only world with using only symbol value here. So from the starting, H is having 0 index, E is having 1, L is having 2, the another L is having 3, the 0, the O is having 4, and the white space is having 5, and the world is start from 6. So what happened if I put 6 here? So it will read the value after and include 6 index. So it doesn't matter what we write after the 6 index, it read all the values here. So first let's run this and see our world is print or not. Okay, so after that, if I put something like XYZ or my name here, so it will definitely print, because we don't tell the end of the index here. So it will print the whole sentence or whole words what after written after the 6th of the index. So now you can see. So I hope you guys understand the substring method of the string very well. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about index of method in the string classes. So let's create some string first. So I am going to create a string as my name is underneath it here. So what is the use of index of? So index of is a method which tells what is the position of the name or the character you want to search, right? So index of is basically used to search the string or some characters, or you can also search a single character, and it will return the integer value or it will return the int value, right? So let's run this, or we will store the value as int here. So I will say int index is equals to, I just want to find out where the name is gonna be start, at which or what index the name is gonna be start. So I am gonna use s1 dot index of. So now you can see there is the 4 methods here. You can either write character, either write in string, either write character, or we are gonna to talk about this. So first we must have to write something here. So I am gonna to write name, and it will tell where the name is. So I should have to print the index for the name. So let's check first where the name starts from. So the m is on the 0 and y is on the first index, and the space is on the 2 index, and name is start from 3rd index. So I think answer is gonna be 3 here. Let's run this and see. So now the answer is starts from 3 here. So what happened if I put only this single character as I here? Because now you can see we have 2 I here, but the thing is it is only when it's find the first value here, then it will not consider the what is happening, or the value is repeating or not after this I. It will take this I first. So at what index we will have I here? So the first one m for 0, then 1, then white space for 2, then n for 3, a is 4, and m for 5, then 6, then 7, then 8th on the 8th index. So I think the answer is gonna be 8 here. So let's run this. So now you can see the answer is 8 here, and we can also put the value here. So now you can see there is one more thing here. So index of and the index from int character, and int from index. From index means if you want to search something after the 10 index. Suppose I already know the I is present here, and I just want to search it from this name, right? So how can I do this? So I say please search after the 10th index. So what is the 10th index here? Because I is present here, so 9th for S and 10th for this white space. So after the 10th it will gonna to search here. So what is the answer for in this here? So this is the 10th index, and A is the 11th, N is the 12th, and the I is the 13th. So I think the answer is gonna be 13 here. So let's run this again and see the output. So now you can see the answer is 13. You can also do the same thing for string also. So let's it's time to change the value as my age is 25. So what I'm gonna to do, I'm gonna to tell the, I must have to check my here. So after 1 2 3, so after 3, what is the index of my another my, because I already know the first my is present here. So what is the index for the another my here? So now it's time to check here. So we already know about it. Start from 11, 12 and 13, then 14, then 15, 16, and this is also have contain space here. So 17, then 18. I think it's start from 19. So the answer is gonna be 19 here. So let's run this again and see the output here. So now you can see the output is 19 here. So I hope you guys understand the concept of index of method in string classes. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about string replace method and how we can use the string replace method. So let's create the one variable as a string type which stores hello here. And what is the use of replace method first? So suppose I want to change the letter of the first word as hello to C and make new word as cello, or you can say cello. So I am going to use replace here. So in replace, when you are using replace, it will return the new string. So how I should have to access the new string? I have to store the new string as in some other variable, or you can directly print it by using system.out.println. So s1 dot, what is the method for? Okay, so I write replace here, and you must have to enter two things here. So the first one is the old character which you want to change, and the new character here, and terminate the statement, and it's time to print the value of new s1. So what is happening here? I change the value by using replace and tells change the h into c and store it into new s1 here, and I am going to print the new s1. It's time to run this code. So now you can see the new word here. So let's run this for is the replace method change two values either or not at the same time? So let's go with the new s2 here, where we replace the cello values, not the hello values. So I am gonna use new s1 dot replace and change the previous letter L here to new okay, as for P. So the new word is gonna be happened here like CEPP. Oh, sapo. So it's not a word, it is just an example here. So now you can see new s2, and okay, so I will print both of them, not okay. So now you can see it will print cello here, and it will gonna be print sapo. So let's run this and see the output, it is correct or not. So now you can see here. So there is a one more question arise here. So what is happening if I write 2 or 3 words here? So it will print all of them, it will change the value and print all of them or not, or it will only do the things for the single value? So the answer is it will do for all of us, because we already talked about if it changed the value for double L, then it will definitely change the value for all of the words here. Now you can see I run the program and here is the new result. So that's it for this video lecture. Hope you guys really understand the replace method. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about what is class and why we use class. So first thing is, what is class? So class is a blueprint or a prototype of data where we store anything just like data or some method, and the data is something like I already told you about data types here. So like int data as 10, 20, 30, and string data can be as my name, hello world, and whatever you like to insert is data. And the method is something like function. We are talking about functions. So how we will access the class data and functions? So we are access the class data and functions by using the object. So I think the what is class is clear to you, and why we use class is because suppose I want to store the 1,000 students data, and each of the student is having 6 marks, right? So I want to store 1,000 students data, and everyone is having each marks. So how how variables I should have to create to storing these data as the form of int? I suppose it's 1,000 value, then I should have to create 6,000 variables here, and it is very hard to remember the variable name for each and every student. So what we will do here, we are creating some prototype, or we will say we are creating some blueprint, and we will use this blueprint for each and every time by using different name. So how we will use, by creating an object, and suppose I wanted to create it for the student one, then I said it's a student one obj, or student one marks as name of the object as. So yeah, this, I think this is clear to you why we use classes, because we have to decrease the complexity of program, and it is very much important. This topic is very much important when you are creating some bit or some good software, some bit program or some good software. So I think this video lecture is clear to you what is class and why we use class. So in the next lecture, we are going to create the first class in Java program. So hi there, in this video, we are going to talk about create your first class in Java. So how we can create our first class here. So first of all, understand the thing. So when we have to create some data member, or we will say variables, data members, then we will create inside the main method. But if we want to create some functions, then we will add, or we will create the function outside the main method, right? So what happened if when we are creating class, we must have to create the class outside this main class. So what I am doing here, I am just entering here and creating class by using the class keyword in the starting. As you know, we already see this. If we have to create main class, then we will use class main here, and now it's time to write the class name. This is not necessary, you can write whatever you like to write here. Okay, so in the class we have two things here, data members and methods. So okay, so methods are the another name of the function, and methods are the another name of the variables, right? Okay, so it's time to create some variable here. So int a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 20 here, and I think I should have to create one method here also. So print message. So print message, and I am gonna to return the message as not returning the message. I am gonna to print the message as my name is hello class. Okay, so I create two data members in the hello class and one method in the hello class. So let's remove all of this here. Okay, so it's time to see how we will access the hello class data members and methods. So if we want to access the hello class data member or method, you must have to create the object here. So how we can create the object? You have to write the class name first here, and then write hello is equals to new, then hello, then the parenthesis. So what is happening here? We are creating object here, and with the help of this object we then access the data members and member function of this class. And so what is going on the right side here? So it tells the compiler to please create the new space where we then access, or with the help of the new space we then access the element of these new hello class, right? So I think you understand what I am saying here. So it's time to print our first print message, or we then call our first function here. So let's time to run this by using hello dot and print message name of the function of the class and parenthesis, then semicolon here. Let's run this and see the output. So now you can see my name is hello class here, and how we can access the values or the data members here. So I should have to write system.out.println and write hello dot. So basically dot is used to access the data member or methods of the class. So I'm going to use dot dot. So hello dot a and copy paste again and hello dot b. So let's run it again and see the output. So now you can see the output is 10 and 20. So one more thing is it doesn't matter how many object you can make for this hello class. So suppose I already have a object name as hello, so it doesn't matter, you cannot make the object for hello 2, and this is totally depend up to you, because you can create as much as you want object. So the thing is, in this case it will allocate another memory to hello. So let's run this again and see 2 times print message will print on the screen or not. So now you can see our message is print 2 times because we are creating 2 objects here and calling method for the 2 times. So this is the reason why we are using class to if we have to create some good program, and if we have to repeat some code or repeat some values, or we have to store some repetitive values, then we will use classes. So that's it for this video lecture. I hope you guys understand the concept of the class very well. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about inheritance in Java. So there are the 3 types of inheritance. First one is single inheritance, the second one is multi-level inheritance, and the third one is hierarchical inheritance. So before going further to the inheritance, you must have to know what is inheritance. So suppose we write some property in class A here and in class B here. So the thing is, if suppose I should have to access the property of B inside A, I am going to create object. So we already discussed about it. If you want to access some property inside class B, you have to create the object here first. So this is not like object thing. This is all about the suppose. So let's take some real life example here. So suppose you are a child and you have a parents. So there is some property of your parents inside you, right? So this is called inheritance. So same as in programming language also. So when you are use inheritance, you can access the properties of class A inside B without creating any object. So these, in this case, in A and B, the B is gonna be inherit the property of A without creating any object of A. So in this case, the B is gonna be inherit the property of, the B is inheriting the property of A and the C is inheriting the property of B. So what is going on here? It's a grandparent, it's a parent, and this is the child. And suppose here is the parent, and these are the two childs of single parent. So let's understand this concept by using parent and child. Parent and child, this is, which is really helpful to you. And in the next lecture we are going to talk about how we can create our first single level inheritance. So that's it for this video lecture. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about single level inheritance and how we can put property of A into B. So let's go to the example here. So I should have to create two classes first, as class A, which is having value as int 10, and gonna be print some message or add some method here. It says add sum. Okay, add sum, which takes two value as n1 and int n2 here, and it will gonna be print the value of the sum. So n1 plus n2, or you can say sum, right? So I think this is good here. You should have to write in inside the parenthesis. Okay, so let's time to create the another class here, class B, which don't have any property, right? So I told you earlier, so we are going to access the property of A inside the B without writing the single line of code inside B. So how we then use the property of A? So there is a keyword as extends A. So in this case, the B is child and A is parent here. So how we can create the object for B? So it's time to create the object for B here. So I'm gonna to create object of B is equals to new B, and time to access the object B property here. So when I write dot, so now you can see we can access the A of the variable A, which is inside in the A class, and the function is void sum. So let's put some value here, 20, 20 and 10, and run this and see the output will come or not. So now you can see sum 30. So the add sum I defined not inside the B, I defined the sum method inside the A. So this is the way you can access the property of you can access the data members and method of another class. So I think I should have to print the value of A also. So object B dot A. Run this once again and see data members is also printing or not here. So now you can see. So I think this is clear to you guys, and that's it for single level inheritance. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about multi-level inheritance. So in this case we are going to create three classes, and we are going to access the property of A inside B and property of B inside C, and we are going to create the object only for C. So let's do this. So creating class for A here first, and I'm gonna to write the value for int. Okay, so I'm writing value as xyz here, and I'm gonna to create another class as b, and create function subtract here, and gonna to add two values here, so int and 2, and it will return, or it will print the value of subtraction. So n1 minus n2 here. I have to create one more method here, so print message, where we write system dot out dot println, and I am class, so hello from class A, right? So it's time to create another class, one more class here, so class C. So in class C and in class B, so what we are going to do here, first understand, we are going to access the property inside A. So no, sorry, so we are going to access the property of A inside B here. So we must have to write the extend here and write the class A. So now we can access the property of A inside B. So it's time to access the property of B. So it's time to access the property of B inside C, and I'm not gonna to write anything here, so it is depend up to you. You can also write something here. So for this example, I am not writing anything. Okay, so it's time to create the object only for C here, and object C is equals to new C here. The object name is also depend up to you. You just have to write whatever you like, suppose C. So I am writing object C, it is more clear to me. So after that, I am gonna to use first the property of B, then after we are gonna to use the properties of A. So I should have to write here object C dot subtract, where I add insert two number, so 10 or 5. The answer is gonna be 15. Let's run this. So now you can see the answer is 15 here, and after that I am gonna to print the message. So I am using object C dot print message, and it's time to print xyz also. So system dot out dot println, and object C dot, the variable name is xyz here. So it's time to run and see these three are coming or not on the console. So now you can see our first value is 15, and the second value same as the message, and the third value is 10. The value of xyz is 10 here. So this is all about the multi-level inheritance, and you can also create more classes, and you can also create some class as D here and extend the property of C, right? So this is all about the multi-level inheritance here. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about hierarchical inheritance in Java. So first you must have to see here, so in this we are going to use class A property inside class B and class A property inside class C. So we are going to use these one class property in two different classes. So let's go to the code session here, and I'm going to use some other class name. I'm not going to use as A, B and C, because I'm assuming that you already watched my previous videos, which is based on single or multi-level inheritance. So I'm going to write as animal, and another two classes as dog and fish. So now you can see here Okay, so I'm not gonna do as fish here, so I'm gonna do use as that first. So system dot, I'm gonna to create some method here which is named as what here. So inside the method I'm gonna to write system dot out dot println, where I say I then wow, right. So in this dog method, so we then extend animal property, because the dog and the cat is what, and they both are animal here. So let's time to create the method here as that for that and new that here, and I'm gonna to run this first for that here. So run this and see the output. So now you can see I then walk, and for dog I should have to comment this one for first, and for dog here I am creating the dog as the object name. The difference between those is, between this and this is the d is small here. So you must have to remember the Java is a case sensitive language, right? So now it's time to run again for dot walk function here. So now you will see I went walk, so they both then walk, and I didn't write anything in those properties. They are using the animal class property here, and this is the example for hierarchical inheritance in Java. So hi there, in this video lecture we are going to talk about abstract classes and why we use abstract classes here. So the abstract classes is contain the method, so it is may or may not be having body. So the classes is based on the method is having body or not. It is totally depend on the method or on the developer, right? So why we use abstract classes? Suppose we have to inherit the property of just something like the animal property, and I said the function name is walk here, but if I extend the property animal on for the fish, right, so fish cannot walk, so I should have to update the method for the fish because fish is only swim, right? So I should have to create the method here, and gonna be example like for animal. So I'm gonna to create first method here. So when you are creating the abstract class, you must have to add the abstract keyword before the class, and when you are creating the abstract method which is not having any body, so in this case I am providing body because I told you may not or maybe, right? So I am not gonna to give you body for the first, and I'm gonna to use as abstract. So you, when you are not providing any body for the void verb or for the function or the method, then you must have to write abstract here. So it's time to use it for two classes, for dog and for fish. So how we will use the animal what inside the dog and fish here? So it's time to extend as animal, and extends as animal also here. So now you can see there is an error. So it says dog class must either be declared abstract or implement abstract method work in animal. So when you are extend some abstract class on the normal class, you must have to declare the method which is the abstract inside the abstract class. So in this case I must have to declare the, so now you can see when I write the work, the help is here, so I am gonna to click here, and there is one more thing is you must have to write the override here, because it says you are overriding the method of this verb. So what is overriding? So overriding is basically you are override something, or you can write something on already written something, right? So I am gonna do override the same as for fish also. So in this I am gonna do print system dot out dot println, or it says I then swim only, I then swim, and in this it says I then walk. So now you can see, so it is, if you are delete the override, there is no warning will come up, but you must have to write the override, the annotation here, because this is really helpful for you to tell this method is gonna be override from the others or from the other class. So you can also remove this override. This is not giving you any error, so this is totally depend up to you. When you are creating the big or large software, you must have to write the override, because it then help you to see the things. Yeah, this method is override from somewhere else, so you don't have to change this here. You must have to go another and you can change, right? So this is very helpful thing here. So let's time to create for first for the dog, and then we will print for the fish. So let's time to create for the dog, new dog, and so dot the function name is walk here, and let's run this and see the output. So now you can see I then walk, and let's comment out this thing and run this for fish. Fish is equals to new fish here, and fish dot walk. So now you can see fish I then swim here. So now it's time to run again and see the output here. So now you can see I then swim. So this is all about the abstract classes and how we can use and the abstract functions on the other classes, and how we can override the method and write our own custom statements here. So hi there. In this video lecture, we are going to talk about interface in Java, and why we use interface. So first of all, what is interface here? So interface is just like abstract class. So in interface, we cannot add the method body, and we can only create the method name and the data members with values or without values. So it's time to create some interface here. So I'm gonna to create interface A, and write int and a is equals to 10 here, and write some method as okay, so int sum, and int n1, int n2. So what I am taking two numbers here, and it will gonna be return int value for sum. So I am gonna to create some class as calculator, and so how we can access interface in Java? So you must have to write the implements as a, or the after the name of the interface here, and after that you must have to override the method. So I am gonna to use override, and after that you must have to write the method name as public int sum, and there are two values n1 and int n2. So now you can say it returns something here. So I am gonna to return the sum of the values as number 1 and number 2 here. So in interface, there is a difference between interface and abstract class. You can add up to n number of interface in a single class. You can implement n number of interface, or you can implement n number of interface property in a single class. But when we are talking about abstract classes, you cannot add more than one, because when we are talk about abstract, you must have to write extend, and we then only extend one class. So it's time to create another interface here. So I am gonna to create another interface name as B, where I write subtract and int n1 int n2, and I am gonna to use subtract here by put in comma and write B. So now you can see there is one more error here because we cannot implement the method for subtract. So I am gonna to implement by manually here. So override public int subtract, where we take two values n1 and n2 and return n1 minus n2. So now you can see the error is gone, and we can also access the 10, and I think it's time to create. So why it give me some error here? I think I should have to, okay, it is all problems, where I see problems here. Okay, so I forgot to write override. Okay, at the rate. Yeah, so sorry, it's my mistake. I forgot to write at the rate in the starting of the override here. So after this, so I am gonna to create the object for calculator class. So I am copy and paste and creating name of the object as calculator here, and after that we are gonna to use first the sum method here. So calculate dot sum and it will take two values 10 and 20, and it will return the value as int. So we must have to, how we can print, we must have to write inside the system.out.print here and remove the semicolon. Let's run this and see the output. So now see the 10 plus 20 is equals to 30 here, and copy and paste it for one more time, and let's check for the subtraction here. So I am putting not value as same as previous, so I am gonna to add value as 30 and 15 here. So I think it is gonna be 15. So let's run this once again and see the output. So 30 and 15, yeah. And then how we can access the value of 10 here? So let's run this system.out.print ln and calculator dot. Now you can see we then also access the value of a here. So let's comment all of this above stuff and run this again, and now you can see we can also access the value of the a here. So this is all about the interface.